Hi, everyone. Oops. Excuse me, something's not, just a moment. Let me try that. Is that better? Yes. Welcome, everyone, to the Portola Valley Planning Commission for March 6, 2023. And a big welcome to all of us. It's our first required in-person in maybe 3 years. So good to see Laura, Cara, my fellow commissioners. The public is still allowed to come by both Zoom and in person. We'll start with roll call.
Commissioner Targ is not present yet, but expected. Commissioner Brothers,
I'm here.
Commissioner Krasinski,
Here.
Vice Chair Goulden,
Present.
Chair Kopsil.
Present. Great. So we are going to have a hearing on the adoption of a resolution about the housing element. But at the beginning of all our meetings, we have an open session where we like to hear from residents on topics that are not on our agenda, and we can't take action on them. We can just listen. But if anybody either in the schoolhouse or attendees would like to speak in this open comment section, we'd be happy to hear his comments. Anybody here? There's 3 people in the schoolhouse. Anybody here have a comment for the open section? No. I see 2 hands on Zoom. So first we'll call on Caroline Vertonghen.
Great, good evening. Planning Commission, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. We have new members, so I think it's very important that we inform them. And I would like to make a general comment, and then I will give the specifics once we go through the housing element. Once again, I'm asking not to accept this resolution. The residents of Portola Valley warned Town Council and the team requesting not to submit the housing element in December 2021 because the document used outdated data from other cities, and failed to address the constraints and issues in Portola Valley, well documented on existing maps like the Moritz map and the existing geological map, and the many oral and written concerns submitted by local residents. Once again, ACD draft number 3 does not represent Portola Valley. Please remember the words of former Director Lynn Jacobs in 2013, and you all received a document of that. She was the director of the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development, known as ACD. This is her statement. The RHNA numbers generated for each city are based on projections, not real numbers. In fact, the projections tend to be higher than what actually has occurred. The ACD convenes a roundtable of economists from around the state, and they eventually approve the numbers. The Department of Finance and ACD hire different economists to do the projections and get the numbers. Then ABAC agrees to the numbers from the Department of Finance. If I may remind the Planning Commission that the Building Department during the previous RHNA cycle number 5 reduced the RHNA numbers from 74 to 64. They knew the constraints of Portola Valley. The Planning Department refuses to share the ABAC inventory list of the previous RHNA cycle number 5 because it shows too many housing was built, too many housing are still in progress, and too much housing is still in the approval process, but it's not occupied or it's not being used. That cycle ended in 2022. Now we have all these layoffs all over the Bay Area and so many people leaving California. How much have we paid ACD? And why has the town not asked a representative from ACD to speak to our town? The current ACD draft, again, uses the same old data reflecting the needs of other cities, and failed to address the current economic situation and needs of our residents in the town. The draft proposed to you tonight, again, does not give you an accurate and realistic representation. Many residents now live in Portola Valley because their corporate office pays for their rent. So many rent in Portola Valley because the public education is free and better than anywhere else in the Bay Area. But what about us, the taxpayer, and those who pay for private education? We, the residents, are in desperate need of updated infrastructure, reliable energy, and a cut in taxes. The list of housing programs listed on page 23 is only a fraction of programs paid by our taxes to accommodate others, not the residents of Portola Valley, because we don't qualify. We, the taxpayer, have seen our utility rates triple, if not quadruple, while the service is only getting worse. And we have addressed these issues for the last 5, if not 7 years. Portola Valley approved the safety element in 2010, but we have not seen the safety element being implemented. Where are the evacuation routes? Where's the emergency shelter?
Thanks, Caroline. Are you about done?
I have 2 more paragraphs, but
Well,
I hope that the town council, that this planning commission understands the real needs of Portola Valley, not the needs of other cities, because you're driving other city residents away. You know, you have to accommodate the residents, and it's time. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So maybe I wasn't clear. We're trying, if it's about the housing element, we'd really like those comments when we get to that topic. It's better when people in the future go review a topic and how a decision got made, if the comments and the discussion are kind of consecutive in line. So Rita, do you have a comment on the open, or this is an open topic, things that are not on the agenda? Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I notice in the agenda, as an agenda item that it's still showing that Rungi, if you want to research to see who is in the meeting to use that, that is untested software and software that I'm not sure where the IP or where that data is being stored. I've mentioned this many times in other meetings, and when I usually talk to somebody about it, maybe Attorney Cara could answer. It's not something that's tested. It was something done by the past mayor, and I'm not sure what server or what type of testing it's done and what type of data it's collecting. Because in the state of California, when you open up a software, it asks you for privacy cookies and all kinds of stuff. This doesn't do that. And so I'm not sure where that data is being stored or if this is legal to do this. And I just wanted to touch on one thing on the housing element in case I can't stay, is that, the residents have spent hundreds of hours researching the information on the housing element. Yes, the staff, and yes, the contractors. We know how much time the contractors have stayed. We've seen the warrant list. But for the residents, we spent a lot of time and a lot of energy writing letters, making comments, sending emails, being present during this whole process. And this third draft doesn't reflect a lot of those things. Dorothy Ford Park is still being called Dorothy Ford Field in this updated document. And, we spent a lot of energy, people with emails and whatnot. We have to do better. We have to do better. This is what we're presenting out when the information is incorrect. Please, let's do better. Thank you. And if Attorney Cara could mention something about this, the Rungi software that is being on the agenda, I'd really appreciate it, because I've mentioned it in several meetings and it's still showing up. And, I'm not sure where the data is being collected and what it's being used for. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Next, we have Christy Corley. And Christy, this is for things not on the agenda, so not about the housing element.
Well, I'm out of town and this caught me by surprise. I'm on vacation. I would like to say my comments now, if you don't mind. I think some of my comments are that we found out on Thursday or Friday that we were having a meeting on Monday, and it felt really fast to the residents. And I think the residents who have been going to many meetings, I had to have somebody tell me that there was a meeting on Monday, and that shouldn't occur. We should get notice, because the title was not the date and time on Monday in the reminder on Thursday. So the title was inaccurate of what Carrie sent out. And so a lot of people couldn't attend. Also tonight, when I double clicked on the live link, I have to type in my passcode. I have to type in my ID. And I think you should make it easy on everyone that they just double click the live link and they're in the meeting. And that used to occur and it's not occurring anymore. All right, so what larger environmental impacts will be reviewed on these 7 sites? Will you allow the public beyond the normal CEQA requirements, Appendix G, as I am aware that the public comment can still be allowed by our town if our town desires it. So I urge you to allow public comment on each of the sites and encourage environmental impacts that should be reviewed on each of the 7 sites. The proposed setback of the ditch of 5 feet seems inadequate for the seasonal overflowing stream, especially after the December, January, where the streams went from 2 feet wide to 30 to 40 feet wide. So I encourage you to look at that 5 feet. And a lot of times when something's 5 feet, it's determined that people throw things into the creek. So the more riparian setbacks we can do, the better. Any smaller seasonal stream which flows into larger creeks, such as Los Trancos Creek, Corte Madera Creek, and Sauso Creek should be protected. Refer to 18.59.01 through 18.59.080 for our creek setbacks. I also encourage you to deed restrict not only for the minimum of 55 years, as it says in the law, because often we have breach codes. Why don't we restrict it for 99 years or in perpetuity? And I also am noticing that Dorothy Ford Field and open space on page 151 out of 180 is called that. And then on 998 and 104 of 180, it's called the vacant portion of Ford Field, Dorothy Ford Park. So we do need consistency in our terminology, so even the readers can know what you're talking about.
Thanks, Christy. Is that it? 3-minute mark got hit. Any more comments? Let's see, we have 4 people in person and 28 attendees on Zoom. I see one more hand up on Zoom, Karen Askey.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm just going to put this out there. I was on the ADU ambassador team along with Ronnie. And obviously we want to figure out ways to make ADUs and JADUs, the process easier, hopefully really helping our housing element. And one of the things I've done is reached out to individuals who indicated they would like to speak with someone. They indicated that on the survey. And I just wanted to share a summary of some conversations I've had for you guys as planning commissioners to think about as we move forward, and how can we make the process easier for ADUs and JADUs. One is, this came from someone in the Woodside Glens. They would love to have a JADU. And let's think about if it doesn't change the footprint of the existing structure and the parking is sufficient on the property, could we perhaps allow those in high fire risk areas? Another person was not able to do something, and they asked that we review the AMFA rules and treat ADU basements consistent with single family home rules. Another one was for properties under 1 acre, revisit the 8515 AMFA calculation, as it currently can preclude ADU, JADU development on those smaller properties, and we don't want to do that. And another one was a gentleman who lives on a corner property in which The street is narrower than 18 feet and it's a dead end on one area, but he's on the corner of a cross street. But he was precluded because they said you live on this street. And I would like to maybe have the planning department create exceptions when the access could be there for the fire department. So I just wanted to share those. I'm still having conversations. They've been great. I encourage all of you to speak with your fellow residents too, because they have some wonderful ideas. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Karen. Good, let's see, I see no other hands, so I'll close the open portion of the meeting. Do you want to answer any questions or go on? No, okay. Let's go on to our main item on the hearing, adoption of a resolution for the housing element. So Laura, do you have a presentation for us?
I do. Thank you. Just a minute. Okay, thanks. Good evening, everyone, planning commissioners, members of the public. It's great to be together in the schoolhouse for this meeting. I'm joined as usual by Cara Silver, the town attorney, and Adrian Smith, our senior planner. So this presentation is going to be a little bit shorter than some of the very long presentations I've given to all of you in the past, but we're very happy to answer questions if there's any details here that we didn't get into. So we are considering a recommendation to town council on the housing element and the conforming general plan amendments. So this is just stating the meeting purpose in a simple way so that everyone knows what we're doing this evening. We're going to review the changes to the draft housing element and the very limited changes that have been made to the conforming general plan amendments. And then we're going to ask the Planning Commission to consider a formal action. And that action is to adopt a resolution recommending that the town council in turn adopt the housing element and those conforming general plan amendments. The meeting format is going to be our usual format, but if you're new to these meetings, we have this staff presentation and that goes over the housing element changes. And just to remind everybody, these are the things that were requested by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, that's HCD, the Planning Commission, as well as the final recommendations from the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee. Then the Planning Commission will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff. Then there'll be public comments. And then we'll return to the Planning Commission for discussion and consideration of that resolution. As a reminder to everybody, there's a table that's been published that we've been continuously updating that includes all of the different meetings that have occurred on this topic. So if you're looking for something in particular, this is a good place to go to find different topics and get to meeting recordings, summaries, and minutes. We've had 37 minutes meetings so far for 126 hours. I wanted to give you a brief reminder also about the February 15th meeting of the Planning Commission. At that time, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the town council adopt the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. We call this the ISMND. This is the environmental review required under state law. The Planning Commission also took two additional actions, two things that were added to the resolution. So I wanted to make sure that everyone is familiar with this language. It was a very important part of the conversation. So this is the language that was added to the resolution that you considered last time. So first, the Planning Commission recommends that the town council adopt the project design features listed in the Targan Brothers colleague memo, excluding the financial terms through the mechanism of council's choosing. And then that item was attached as an exhibit. And then it was also added that be further resolved again that the Planning Commission recommends that the town council further consider adopting the key approaches for fire safety. That was the bulleted list that went over 2 slides. And that was presented by Fire Marshal Don Bullard in his February 15th presentation. And that's also included as an exhibit. So that's just a reminder of where we were at our last meeting. So now I'm going to talk about the changes to the housing element itself since the Planning Commission has seen it last. The housing element has been broadly updated, but through most of the sections, the changes are relatively minor. Everything is shown in the latest draft in red line strikeout so that you can track exactly what's changed and to make it easier to review the materials. This presentation is going to focus on the most significant changes, but we'd be happy to answer questions on any other changes as well. Very importantly, there are updates to 2 of the inventory sites. That's at 4370 Alpine and 4394 Alpine Road. We'll get into that into some detail. There's also new development standards that are placekeepers for Ladera Church and the Glen Oak site. This is because, as the Planning Commission will recall, the initial intention was to do the zoning code amendments at the same time as a housing element. Based on how everything was going and per council direction, we decided to wait on those zoning code amendments to immediately follow the housing element. So we needed something to put in the housing element in the meantime. So those have been added. They're quite simple, and I'll go over those in just a moment. In terms of the programs that are in section 7, we've done some further clarification and tried to flesh out the opt-in program based on the previous feedback from the Planning Commission. And we've added additional details to some of the existing programs. So first, talking about these 2 sites, 4370 and 4394 Alpine Road. As you all will recall, there were competing interests and concerns among the different stakeholders. And so in different configurations, there have been many hours of conversation with neighbors and with property owners. This has included the chair, myself, Cara, the town attorney, the property owners, council member Craig Taylor. Kind of a broad section of people have been working together to try to come to compromises on these 2 sites. And compromise is an important word here. I think everyone recognized that there was a need to move forward, that there was never going to be a perfect solution, but we have done our best to reflect those compromises and bring them forward for consideration. So first, 4370 Alpine Road. That a lot of us have been referring to that as the mixed use site. That's the triangular kind of based one at Nathorst and Alpine. The main issue there was that local neighborhood residents were concerned about the proposed increased density and the impacts that may come from having units there. So the size of that site is 2.45 acres, and it's about 1.5 acres of developable area. And so that takes out the scenic corridor and makes some estimations of the size of the ephemeral stream and drainage area there. The permitted uses that are proposed are residential with this amendment, and the uses that the administrative professional, the AP zone allow. So this is consistent with the previous conversations that the Planning Commission has had. The compromise also includes a total of 9 units, with 4 of them being located at the front portion of the property along the Alpine side, and 5 being located to what we're calling the rear behind the drainage creek that fronts onto Nathorst. And this is a reflection of the conversations with the neighbors, as well as what we heard from the Planning Commission when you were talking about the zoning of this site. More information on this, the proposed setbacks that are in the housing element in the compromise are 30 feet on the Nathorst side. So if there was a division of land, that could become the front. And so we wanted to make sure that it was clear that we're talking about the Nathorst side. So we didn't want to use front or side there. But then the side and the rear setbacks would be 25 feet. And then the creek drainage ditch setback being 5 feet minimum. And I did want to point out that this is an absolute bare minimum. It would be very surprising if there was a proposal at this close proximity. We just wanted to put something into the record to bring people's attention to it. When there's a building that's being proposed close to ephemeral creek drainage facility such as this, the engineers have to design something and review the conditions. And so that's something that our town geologist and our town engineer do peer reviews on the applicant's proposals. So very commonly, this is going to be greater than 10 feet, often in that range of 10 to 15, but it's going to depend on the circumstances of that actual property. And so it's a property-based engineering determination. So happy to talk about that further later on if the Planning Commission would like. We also expressly set forward that the units at the front portion of the property comply with the Alpine Scenic Corridor, consistent with all of your discussion. In terms of height and stories of the buildings, there was a compromise that the units that would be on the Nathorst side, fronting to Nathorst, would remain at 1 story. And then the others could be 2 stories, but we're using the height maximum that we use in our residential districts. And so there's 2 ways that we measure height here in town on typical projects. The first one is 28 feet at any given point on the property. And then because we have a lot of slopes, 34 max is the highest of the lowest point to the highest point. And so if those that are new to the Planning Commission have questions about that, we'd be happy to take those later. But the main thing to take away from this is the same height limit that applies to single family homes. And then in terms of parking, the rear portion of the property, the parking would not be visible from the street if that could be feasible. And then they'd be required to have 5 guest spaces or to have a shared parking agreement with the commercial use at the front to minimize the possibility of overflow into the surrounding neighborhood. And also please note that other objective development standards would be further defined when the Planning Commission considers the zoning ordinance for this site. But this is a very good basic development standard package as part of that compromise. And then moving to 4394 Alpine Road. This is a vacant property. Many of you are aware that there was a time in discussions with the property owner when they had asked for the site to be removed from the housing site inventory. So a lot of work has been done on that topic, primarily between our town attorney, Cara, and their team, including their attorneys and a really highly qualified team on that side, trying to come to a solution so the site could remain in the site inventory. And so the main issue that they identified is that the property owners wanted to make sure that they had flexibility to allow a future supportive housing project. So that's consistent with their mission and consistent with the adjacent project at Willow Commons. And so the proposal in the housing element would be to create a supportive housing overlay that would actually live in the housing element itself. So the materials that you read when you read the housing element would be the governing document that would regulate this site. And what it would allow is the permitted uses would be residential and all of the uses in the AP zone. And so this does provide a wide range of flexibility, but one of the main reasons is because they may wish to have a small retail or commercial kind of use that would support a future supportive housing. Similar that they have at Willow Commons, they have the small cafe as a training facility for their residents. The density range is between 3 and 20 units per acre. So this was reduced a little bit down to 3 to accommodate a supportive housing project because of the way that supportive housing projects units are counted. There's a little bit of nuance there. So that was part of the conversation. There could be market rate units. The property owners may wish to combine market rate units and supportive housing units to create what they're calling an intentional community, where people of different backgrounds and abilities might live together and form a community there. So those market rate units would be allowed, but there's limitations on those so that it wouldn't, it would be in a supportive role to the supportive housing project. And then a supportive housing project would have a by right approval process. And this comes from the requirements of state law. So like Willow Commons had to go through a by right approval process under state law. So we're maintaining that, but keeping like we did for Willow Commons, the ASCC could still have a review of objective design criteria and perhaps make recommendations, though they wouldn't be able to require changes that would reduce any of the density or any of the basic project components. And then looking at the development standards for this property, the front setback would remain at 75 feet. This is the scenic corridor setback. Rear and side setbacks at 20 feet, with the exception that the site that's adjacent to 4388, that is Willow Commons, could be adjusted to 0 feet. So they have a common driveway in between them. And so this would basically allow them to develop this site kind of right up to that common driveway. So in the end, I think it would make sense for that setback to be reduced because of that common driveway. The height agreement here is 28 feet, limited to 2 stories. And the parking would be subject to the applicable density bonus and supportive housing laws. So we'd be drawing from those state law requirements to address the parking. As you know, in many supportive housing projects, there are many residents that don't drive. So it's not logical to have a very basic parking requirement for those. There could be non-residential uses under this proposed plan, and those would be limited to a maximum of 35 feet of the square footage. And then there's also a kind of a statement because this overlay is drawing from so many different places. So we're just saying that if there's implementing zoning regulations or other things that may conflict, then the more permissive regulations would prevail. So this is different than our common assumption in zoning, where if there's a conflict, the more restrictive would prevail. So this is a different concept than what we would normally see. And again, created here on purpose to make sure that they have flexibility for a range of different types of projects. So then looking at our 2 other sites that needed temporary standards in the meantime, the Ladera Church temporary standards, that would be that same zoning district of 3 to 20 dwelling units per acre. I want to draw attention to these setbacks. These are very minimal setbacks that come from conversations with Ladera Church. So this is new information from the Planning Commission, but in response to feedback that we got from the Planning Commission when we had representatives from Ladera Church present in the meeting, and the interest that the Planning Commission had in making sure that an affordable housing project could fit at that site, which is relatively small in size at about a half an acre. It's also the very first property as you're coming into town. And Ladera Church itself is not inside the town limits. And there is, let's call it a structure that is not in great repair that you have seen as you've driven by. And so to visualize this setback, the setback would be about equal to that structure, which they do plan to resolve in the future, by the way. So that's the way that you can visualize that. And then the proposed side and rear setbacks are 10 feet because this represents their architect's basic feasibility study of what they think would be necessary to make a project work at this site. So this is the property owners trying to be transparent and kind of bring this forward to the town in advance instead of using a future density bonus waiver or concession to achieve these same kinds of setbacks. The temporary height is the same one that we've been talking about. And in a permanent configuration, this might need to be adjusted a little bit to give them a little bit more additional height, but we wanted something reasonable in place in the meantime. And then turning to the Glen Oaks temporary standards, this is 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre with the front setback along the scenic corridor of 75, rear and side setbacks of 30 feet, and the height being the same as the single family home standards we have today. Now we're going to turn to section 7 and talk about the opt-in program. And so to take a step back, the Planning Commission and the council have obviously changed in the course of this process. So staff has been following the direction of those bodies as they were when they gave the direction, unless it was superseded by future direction. And so going back in time a little bit, back to last summer, the Planning Commission talked a lot about the opt-in program, but the majority of people did not support it. So that was in kind of the June to July timeframe of last year. Then it went to the town council, and the town council elected to keep the program in the housing element. So it stayed in the version that went to HCD. Then we came back, and I think over 2 or perhaps 3 meetings, we could pull up the dates. We talked about it again with the Planning Commission, which then transitioned. So there's been many different versions of the opt-in program in the last year or so. And so what we tried to do was bring together the feedback that we received from the Planning Commission and take another stab at bringing that all together and try to make a program that could be implemented and put the things that we needed to into the housing element now, and then identify some of those things that could be developed later without hurting the process. So that was our overall approach to this. So we've made pretty significant changes from the last time you saw it. And 2 of you have never seen this program before, but 3 of you have. So there was a desire for a non-traditional kind of call for projects approach to this. And so that's what we have included in the draft that's before you. There's incentives to distinguish this program from the town's SB 9 ordinance to make it more appealing than using the SB 9 ordinance. It would include objective safety and design criteria. So we would have the chance to address all the fire safety issues that people are interested in. And we are looking at a discretionary but streamlined application review process. So a little bit more detail then. The timing that's in the housing element program right now in the draft would be to develop objective design standards by June of 2024, and then initiate a program in September of 2024. That would give the Planning Commission and/or the council, however the council would like to implement this, an opportunity to develop a framework, more detail for how this would be implemented. And that could be developed as part of the call for projects. So it's kind of like when you're issuing a request for proposals or soliciting for work, you put all of that information into the call for projects. So that's the model that we're using here. And this is the opportunity to bring in some of the things that the Planning Commission requested that they would look favorably upon. And that's things like having a range of different units, having different affordability levels, and bringing that idea from a planned unit development of having a superior design and including a community benefit for having this range of housing types. So that's the general idea, that some of those items would be worked into the call for projects and don't have to be in the housing element right now. The program would include a maximum of 12 units. And if there weren't enough projects that were received, then this call for projects would repeat until 12 units are entitled, and then the program would end during the planning period. So if it's very successful the first time out, there could be 1 round of projects, and if not, there could be a couple. And then if it doesn't work, then we would have to monitor that, and the town would have to take other actions to otherwise achieve those 12 units. In terms of the application review process, the safety criteria that was originally published, we've gone back to that. We considered some different safety criteria. We thought better to keep it simple with what everyone has seen before. So eligible sites are greater or equal to an acre, and there'd be a maximum of 4 dwellings per lot. So 4 units per acre or 4 units total. So, you're not going to see, people were concerned that you would have a lot more than 4 units. So that's no longer under consideration. So when people responded to the call for projects, they would submit conceptual plans. So it would be enough for the Planning Commission to make some determinations about the safety criteria, as well as the desirability criteria that the Planning Commission has discussed. But it would not require people to spend as much money on full architectural and engineering drawings. Then the Planning Commission would review for the safety criteria and whatever criteria is established in the call for projects, and then advance those projects forward to ASCC. And then ASCC would do an objective design standard review on those detailed plans. So presumably there'd be a couple months' time between the ASCC review and the Planning Commission review while detailed plans are being reviewed. And then the program outlines that there would only be 1 meeting of the Planning Commission and 1 meeting of the ASCC to maintain a discretionary review, but to limit that consistent with some of the feedback we heard from the Planning Commission and what we think HCD would prefer in terms of not having a really long process that would limit housing development. So that's our latest thinking, bringing everything together on the opt-in program. So then turning to other programs, a couple of things that I wanted to highlight. The Planning Commission previously reviewed a number of the changes to the programs in the past to give you an idea of the types of changes we were making. So we added more specificity and we added more timelines to a number of those different programs. We reworded the programs that were related to fire resiliency. And so those are programs 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. This is based on feedback that we got from the Planning Commission, as well as conversations with the fire marshal and the latest information about how some of those programs are going now. We also added programs 8-9 and 8-10 in response to HCD comments. And those are things really related to meeting state law, literal law, as well as intent of the law. And then we also added a totally new program 9-1 related to supportive housing for housing for people with developmental delays. And that was in response to HCD comments. And then as we were working with the property owner from 4394 Alpine, we realized that there was some good crossover there. So we integrated some of their requests and suggestions into that new program 9-1 to bring those two items together. So that's a summary of the changes we made to the programs section. Then turning to the conforming amendments to the rest of the general plan for consistency. The Planning Commission has talked about this on several different occasions. We've gone through pretty much all the line by line and had some discussion. So we have very limited changes since Planning Commission last reviewed this, and they're only to update the density ranges and the supportive housing overlay related to 4394 Alpine. So now turning to the meeting schedule. We have 3 meetings planned with the town council. They had set the goal for us of adopting the housing element by the end of March. So in order to do that, we are planning a town council study session on Wednesday, March 15th, 7 p.m. special meeting, where we're going to bring forward in particular of your interest, the items that you wanted to see as part of the Targ and Brothers colleagues memo. We're going to bring forward the items from the fire marshal. So we're going to give them some more information on that and get the discussion started on those 2 items, get the discussion started on the housing element itself. And then on Wednesday, March 22nd, again, 7 o'clock in this room and also on Zoom, is going to be a public hearing where they're going to have an opportunity to consider adoption of the ISMND if they wish. At that meeting on March 22nd, we'll have our environmental subconsultants, our subject matter experts. So that'll be a chance for the council to ask them any questions the same way that this body had that opportunity. And then on Wednesday, March 29th, everything will be prepared for the council if they wish to adopt the housing element and the conforming general plan amendments. So that is what's coming up. So we are very happy to try to answer questions. We are very happy to receive typos and clerical errors offline. We know that there are some. We know that there's lots. That happens when you revise a big document lots of times. So we very much appreciate the additional sets of eyes. And if members of the public or the Planning Commission have those clerical and typos, you can email those over to us at housing@portolavalley.net. And we can get those incorporated. And that gives us a chance to this evening for the Planning Commission to focus on more substantive and policy related items. So that concludes the staff presentation, and we are happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you, Laura. And as our normal policy, we'll take questions, clarifying questions from the commissioners. Then we'll have input from the public, and then we'll deliberate or discuss the thing. So does anybody want to go first in asking clarifying questions of Laura or others?
I have a lot, yeah.
Okay, we'll start with you.
I do. But I'm
Okay.
actually just sorting you. My reverse question was, what do you do with the detailed typos? Do you really want to discuss them here?
No, no, no,
And the answer was no. That was my
Okay,
first
good.
question. Okay,
Good.
that's good. So I can eliminate a
Yes,
number
good.
of my yellow stickies here.
Typos.
I would say, no, that would be discussion. I was interested on page 56 of the constraints section. Just trying to understand the issue around defining a household. That was new to me, and I wondered what all that meant. So it's up near it's like the second paragraph bullet point. And I was trying to figure out what issue were we trying to address there?
Over time, there has been a transition in the way that households are defined. There used to be more focus on the word family, and it was a focus on more of a, I would call it a traditional household model with parents and kids called a family. And so there's been a transition that we shouldn't regulate how people form households. And so anyone that's in a household of their choosing should be counted the same and treated the same in the zoning language. And so we just did a little bit of additional outreach on this to kind of making sure we were using the right language. And then we're proposing to make that change.
Okay. Let me flip that's. Typo. Adequate sites. Let's see what we got here. I had a question. I'm back on page 101 of the adequate sites. And I wondered, in there, we have a pipeline and we have a discussion of ADUs and the history of ADUs. And I see we stop at May 22. Was that deliberate, or we just haven't updated it at this point? I think we would have all of 22 at this point.
Yeah, we, it's some of both.
Okay.
When we went back and looked at some of these records, there was like a little bit of complication as we're still sorting out all of last year. And this is the information that we presented to the HCD supervisor. And so we thought perhaps it was better to leave it as it is, since it was reasonably well received by the HCD supervisor.
Next question related to the opt-in program. And I guess the question was, have we decided, given that we have a selection process, have we decided how we're going to do that yet? Is that a planning commission? Is that an ASCC? Or is that to be determined?
I think accepting the sites into the program would be a planning commission action in response to the call for projects, so that we could integrate the criteria that you wish to set and that you've talked about in the past into that.
Okay. I'm dealing with the program we put together for the White property on there. There's a number of items in there. When we dealt with the property at the corner, at Nathorst, we basically said our objective was to not take away anything that the owner originally had. So we were only going to do add-ons. And I thought that was something that made sense. So we just had a simple line in there about, kind of all previous abilities remain. It seems, is that more or less, are we just being more specific in the case of this property? Or are there items in here that would be beyond just maintaining the current abilities that they already have and then adding on to those?
Great question. So at the mixed use site on Nathorst, because it's a mixed use site, they are retaining their rights with this change to the AP land uses. So we integrated those into the mixed use. At this site, it was going to be rezoned to just multifamily. So they would have lost their rights to those retail or commercial uses that might support a supportive housing project. And so in this case, it's intentional that we're going a little bit beyond and I'm on page 115, to say that all principally permitted uses and all conditionally permitted uses in the AP zone would be permitted by right. So they would be allowed to do all of those uses if they're directly supporting a supportive housing project.
Ah, okay. Sounds good. And then I'm actually on page 116. And I was looking at the setback between the two sites, right? And going for the zero setback or whatever it is. Is my interpretation correct? So if they were to sell that property, keep the Willows Commons, but sell the one that we've just rezoned, does that right to have a zero setback carry forward? Or does it carry forward overall, or does it carry forward if it's only a supportive housing project that the new owner is trying to put into place?
Yes, that's a good clarification. It would only apply to the supportive housing use. So if the new owner were to request the overlay.
Right. So, okay, perfect.
And I think we do need to make a wording correction there, that the development standards for that property that we've listed in that section only apply to the supportive housing overlay.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
On the, I was thinking about the creek setback, well, the drainage ditch. I mean, we call it, I don't know, ephemeral creek drainage ditch. Is my assumption correct that, I mean, it's undergrounded and piped on both sides of that property? Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
So the owner could decide, just presumably we would approve it if they wanted to put a pipe in.
We probably would not approve it
Okay,
if they wanted to put a pipe in. That's been the past practice of the town.
okay. So we have pipes on both sides, but not in the middle.
Yep.
Okay. Question on page 128 on, it was program 1-5 and it was explore co-housing. I don't know what co-housing is. What is co-housing?
Co-housing, you can think of it simply as kind of a cooperative arrangement. And this is something that came from the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee. And they saw different models in different communities that they really liked. And we had a member of that committee that lives at the Priory that really spoke to how nice it is to live someplace that is intentionally designed to build community. And so this is, in my mind, really looking ahead, maybe to late in this housing element cycle or even a future housing element cycle, to build knowledge and capacity to accommodate a future co-housing project if people wish to do so.
Okay. I will be, by the way, a number, when I send in the details, I found a number of ones where I'm a little fuzzy on the dates. I think we've got 2023 sometimes when it should be 2024, and we've got stuff completed in January. So I'll give you those, a detailed list on those.
Perfect, thank you.
And let's talk. They're all timing that I'm finding here. Oh, the very last page, table 7.2. What is that?
This is a table that's required by HCD.
I see.
And it honestly makes more sense in a lot of other cities that have a broader range of types of housing programs. And so you're required to talk about if you're going to do new construction or rehabilitation of existing units or conservation of units, like there's existing units on the market and maybe you buy them to make sure they stay affordable. But we don't have those kinds of programs here. And so the only thing we counted is that we assume that there's going to be some ADUs that are going to be legalized through the amnesty program. And so that's what we added into the rehabilitation category. But all of the rest of our units are new construction.
Great, Great. Those are my substantive questions.
Thank you.
Excellent, great. How about you, Nicholas? Do you have any substantive questions for staff?
I do. There is a new provision that you had flagged pertaining to over planning for disabilities and taking measures to avoid constraints around disabilities. I was unsure how that worked as a matter of practice. Is that requiring things like curb cuts, or is that more, how might that play out in a single family residential kind of project?
It might play out in regards to universal design, which is a common phrase that's used to describe housing that can accommodate a range of people. So that may be things related to physical mobility in terms of obstacles for people with physical limitations. It may be related to special facilities that people might need. So you're more likely going to see elements of universal design on slightly larger projects. So it's pretty common in some jurisdictions that have big affordable housing projects, for example, to have a certain percentage of those be required to meet some universal design concepts. Here, what we're trying to do is kind of downsize that to what is kind of more practical here. And so in working with the owners of 4394 Alpine, that are actually doing this kind of housing, these are the things that we identified. And so these are more related to the town streamlining or supporting those kinds of projects. And so the bullet points are more related to like fee waivers, assistance with infrastructure. So more kind of a practical getting those kind of projects built. And we're relying more on the either owners of that project or nonprofits to suggest to us how those projects could be designed to meet the needs of those residents.
So the program, I believe is 8-9, is to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the municipal code to ensure that there are no regulatory constraints, actual or perceived, to reasonable accommodation in providing housing for persons with disabilities, if any are found within, amend code to remove them within 6 months. So is this a remove obstacles that may be within the town code that would prohibit the creation of accommodations, or is this a requirement that new projects must include or consider accommodations, for example, above and beyond what would be required under the ADA for example, commercial or public building? If you understand.
Yeah, I think I do. And it's the first one. And so our code is quite old, as HCD noticed. And so they wanted us, this is a response to kind of the comments and the best practices that we learned from other jurisdictions. So we need to look at our municipal code and look at our reasonable accommodation section. And so that's the section of the code that allows us to grant exceptions to the code so people don't have to have a variance. If the classic example is you need a ramp to get into your home, but the ramp doesn't meet the setback, right? That's the easy one to visualize. So we need to look at our code from that lens and make sure that there's not unreasonable obstacles for people to make those reasonable changes. So that's one of the main things that we need to do. And then this is really a developing area that I'm not yet an expert in, but there are really wonderful nonprofits that we've gotten connected with as part of the housing element process that we would be in touch with to say, what else are you looking for and how do you kind of audit your municipal code for these types of things? So the exact scope of work is not, completely done. It's just a matter of trying to work on it over time. And I think, you know, this is one of the ones with the timeframes that we might need to think a little bit more about the timeframe based on where we're at. Do you know what I mean? And what progress we're making. So this one probably needs to go a little bit farther out.
Yeah. From my perspective, so I'm very sympathetic to the idea of removing constraints. I'm less sympathetic to enforcing additional requirements that, for example, would result in increased costs. One of the things that I just note is on page 59, we have changes to noted green building code and requirements to have only electric powered appliances, for example, both in terms of construction and in terms of operation. That can and frequently does increase the cost of construction, as does, for example, solar-ready housing. And so there's a trade-off as between those kinds of issues and attention. So I'd like to make clearer that this is a removing of constraints, and I recognize it says that. Then it does a requirement for mandatory additional accessibility.
Yeah, this is definitely review to remove constraints. I think the only place in the housing element that we would consider additional universal design is at the Ford Field open space site. And so that's the only place where we added language where the town would just consider it, not to implement it. But if it made sense there to have a certain number of units, perhaps, that could have more universal design. But there's no requirement on any private property owners in the housing element to do that.
I would be more sympathetic to this if we included, this does not include an affirmative requirement to include
So we can certainly, come back to the language when we're in discussion, but just
Yeah.
from a staff point of view, it can certainly be adjusted.
That sounds great. Appreciate it. On page 61, there is a reference to by right owning or by right is for properties that have 20% or greater affordability. And I was hoping you could explain a little bit. I'm not sure that I followed the language exactly that that was included, and I can give you the insight in just a second.
Yeah, I'm sure I know the one because it's complicated and hard to write. So that
would-
sentence, you're looking at like at
But-
least 15 minutes of me staring at the screen, trying to figure out how to write this.
That would, if you can take me through it for
Yeah.
those of us who are watching at home. This is page 61. It's the second to last paragraph. Housing projects and sites included in the housing element inventory accommodating low or very low income units with at least 20% of the units available to low or very low income households which receive a zoning, which receive a rezoning, will be processed through a by right process as required by state law.
Yeah, that's a lot of words in there, isn't it? Okay, so
There is much.
yeah, so let's start, let's kind of go backwards. This comes from state law. It is not discretionary up to us. And so we were just trying to show HCD that we understand this law and that a by right process would apply. Funny, right? We're trying to show them we understand it, but we can't even understand the sentence that we wrote. I get the irony. Okay, so there's a state law that says we have to do this. So then it applies to projects where 20% or more of the units are for low or very low income people.
So
Okay,
is it-
But only if they're on the housing inventory and designated for those categories. So there's only a couple sites in our housing inventory that are designated for lower income. When projects come in on those sites, if the real proposal includes 20% affordable in the actual proposal, then it's subject to a by right process. Better?
No, I follow.
Okay.
So if I'm in the Ford Park and I want to just make a general note, I'll say it once, I won't say it again. I'd like to do a search and replace for Ford Field. When we're talking about the open space area, I would like to refer to that as Ford Park. I think that's its name. And that can be handled by way of a search and replace. And to make this a question, is there a reason why we aren't referring to Ford Park as Ford Park?
We thought that the descriptive language in Ford Field and open space was actually more descriptive. And we wanted to recognize that it's in open space because transforming an open space into housing is a really important policy question. So it's a decision I made on purpose to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about. But we're here to get the Planning Commission's recommendations.
Well, I guess we'll revisit it in the discussions. So if for the project that will be located or that may be located at that location, that presumably would be developed under a development disposition agreement. It would be a contract between the city and a third party, presumably affordable housing provider.
Correct. That's the assumption.
So in that case, would that end up being, how would the DDA, which is a discretionary document, mesh with the by right process?
The by right provision would not apply to the Ford Field and open space site / Ford Park.
Thank you. On page 100, there's reference to the Stanford Wedge. EMA noted that it no longer includes low income, or the low income component that appears to be struck. Is that right?
No, it's just reworded per the HCD comment to provide more clarity. So later in the paragraph, It's-
Clear as mud.
Last sentence.
yeah,
All right, help me, please.
the last sentence of that same paragraph.
Which side, please?
So I'm on the bottom of 100, the very last sentence, 6 units would be restricted to low income households as required by state density bonus law. The other 6 are anticipated to be affordable to moderate income households.
Thank you. With respect to page 108, opt-in. I was unclear if What discretion presently, or what discretion would remain under the opt-in program? If, well, full stop. Either by way of the Planning Commission or the ASCC.
The discretion would be with the planning commission to make sure that the sites meet the safety criteria and to select the sites. And then once the sites were selected, then they would be subject to objective standards, which would be written. And then the ASCC review would be based on objective standards.
So the role of the Planning Commission would be to evaluate the sites themselves rather than the aspect of the project. So for example, if it involved issues of maintenance of character, for example, height, things like that, that would be beyond the scope of the Planning Commission. But rather, except to the extent that it addressed issues of fire, for example. But otherwise, it would be limited to considerations of the site itself, not with respect to the proposed development, or are the, so sorry.
I think I've got where you're going. The planning commission would have authority in setting the objective standards because we would still need to do that. And then the planning commission would see the conceptual plans. And so you would see like a basic site plan and you would understand the number of units. And so I would imagine it's kind of basic site plan and elevation kind of level plans. And so you'd be able to see the number of units, the relationship on the site and the relationship to the neighborhood. And then you could apply the criteria that you would set in the call to projects for like the range of affordability, you know, the other criteria, the community benefit aspect of it, then you would apply that criteria to it in a discretionary kind of selection process.
So discretionary to the extent, in the same way that it would be discretionary under a CUP, for example.
Similar,
Make the distinction.
but we wanted to make the distinction because we wanted the criteria to be more specific to this program and not be conflated with the CUP process that we have in town for commercial uses, which is typically a very drawn out conditional use permit approach. And so we're not thinking about this the same way we're thinking about a conditional use permit for commercial use, but more streamlined than that with the criteria set in advance. So people know what they're designing towards and then hopefully can design that and be accepted by the planning commission in one meeting.
So that would be more specific design criteria or safety criteria?
The safety criteria would be a requirement. So the project would have to comply with the safety criteria. So that'd be step one. If it doesn't, it would be out. And then presumably the planning commission would set some design neighborhood compatibility benefit to the community criteria. So this is what we kind of heard from your previous conversations.
But there would be more circumscribed than a CUP.
That's what we're hoping so that it could be more streamlined.
It goes to ASCC, assuming we decided to allow the project to opt in.
Yes,
Program.
yes.
And then after that discretionary moment, it would go to the ASCC for review, for basically ministerial review for consistency with the objective criteria that the ASCC would have established.
Yes, and the way that we've been thinking about a by right approval process by the ASCC is kind of similar to what we did for Willow Commons. And that is we call out the objective standards and whether the project meets it or not, but we still give the ASCC an opportunity to make some recommendations And hopefully, people will be willing to take some recommendations as well.
I want to move to board.
Park.
And the prospect of development there. One of the items that was really important for this body was the so-called sunrise provisions. And I'm hoping that you can describe how the sunrise provisions are manifest in the housing element at this point in time.
So for folks that don't know, the sunrise provision was the result of a colleague's memo that came from Commissioner Targ and now council member Craig Taylor, and was considered by the Planning Commission in quite a lot of detail and considered lightly, but not in much detail, by the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee. And so those discussions were presented to the council at the July 13th meeting. And then the council took that feedback on that topic and other topics and gave staff final direction about what to include in the housing element that was submitted to HCD. So at that time, the previous council liked the concept, but didn't want to be as strong in the language in describing it. They felt more comfortable with including the site in the inventory, but making the timelines not be at the very beginning of the cycle of the 8-year process. And so that's the direction that we followed. And so if folks are following along, we're on page 129, it's program 3-1. And so and again, when all this was drafted, we thought the housing element would be adopted in January of 2023. And so the idea was to begin a site planning process in January of 2024. And that was to be quite broad, including community outreach, analysis of physical constraints, thinking about the creek across the back, the soil types, considering what kind of design might be appropriate in the broadest of terms, perhaps a fundraising campaign to preserve as much open space as possible. It could include a lot of different components into it, assuming that that would take a while. And then the idea was to issue a request for proposals to affordable housing developers by September of 2024. And so that included some elements of the sunrise provision, but probably not as long as, Commissioner Targ and now Council Member Taylor were thinking at the time, but this was the direction of the council. And so from a staff point of view, these timeframes could be moved out. I would feel quite comfortable by moving those timeframes out a year for sure. But it does take a long time to build an affordable housing development and to go through the financing process. And so if the Planning Commission wanted to see those timelines moved deeper into the 8-year time period, we would really want to check with contacts in the affordable housing field to see how long they think, it might take. But moving it a year or so, we don't think would be a problem. But we were following the direction and our understanding of what council wanted last summer.
So if we now have a commitment to construct a certain number of units on Dorothy Ford Park, and if that was an election was made not to do that based on, for example, meeting arena numbers in some other way, would we still be in compliance with our housing element, or would we need to create a separate pathway for the replacement?
It's a little bit of a gray area, but my perception and my past recommendation is that if the town identified another site and that got built, then that would be great. And in other cities with lots of sites, this happens all the time. One site doesn't get developed, but another one does. Something in the inventory doesn't build, but something off the inventory does build. So that's pretty common in larger cities. So I don't see that necessarily as a problem. We do have to report to HCD progress on things. So that site would have to come into play in a reasonable timeframe to be able to report good progress.
So would there be a problem in making that an express provision?
When we talked about it in quite a bit of depth with the council, and the concern that I expressed then is the one that I still have today, in that HCD wants to see real feasible housing sites on the inventory. And if it's not approached by the town as being a real feasible site, then they're going to know that, and they're going to ask for further documentation or stronger commitments from the town. So that's my perception of the kind of the concern that I have about it.
Thank you, that's helpful. Just on the last point here, under the table, the program implementation matrix, under goal 1-1A for gateway land use classification in the general plan that allows for affordable housing, recreation, and open space. It says, consider establishing form-based codes and by right approvals for the new zoning district. I'm wondering if that is a leftover from the August.
I'm sorry, which, and
So if I'm on page 141,
yes,
if it is the
1-1B.
1-1A,
Okay.
last bullet.
Some of these are
Similarly, there may
not totally updated.
Got it.
And I thought I had put a big red, some of these haven't been updated yet, mark on this table. So I apologize if I didn't.
No, it says
Yeah.
the table will be finalized when the programs are finalized. Please see written text above.
Oh,
for
good.
updated Language. And so you're totally good there, but I just noted that bullet as other elements within section 1A, 1-1A had been stricken.
Yeah.
That was left in, and I was wondering if that was an oversight or if that is, well, not an oversight, if that is a to be completed task to strike, or if that's otherwise embodied in the housing element as it is right now.
That's definitely clerical. So what happened is we originally had the whole 1-1 included too many things, I thought.
Yeah.
And that's why I broke it up into A, B, and C.
Right.
So that we could be more clear.
Right.
And so this is definitely clerical, but I want to speak to the intent. The intent is in the gateway land use classification
Right.
at Ford Park.
There you go.
That would be a specific process developed by the town. There would not be form-based codes, and there would not be a by right approval.
Thank you, appreciate it. I have nothing further.
Great. Linda, how about you? Do you have clarifying questions for staff?
I do. Maybe not with the extraordinary clarity of my colleagues there. First of all, I just have a fundamental question. Are we absolutely required to make the general plan changes on the same time frame as we submit the housing element? And I ask because there's so many other general plan activities astir right now.
Yes, we are required. We're required for the elements to be consistent. And so the amendments that we have drafted are the absolute bare bones that we think could be made for consistency.
Okay. Area of inquiry was to focus on whether or not there were things in this document that in my mind might impact the environmental review. and to discuss a little more with some of the specifics here, the environmental review that we talked about in our prior meeting and on which we've received a lot of comments. This is a question, but I mean, I guess what environmental review do you expect for each of these projects? I would assume, for example, that it's an Appendix G, but I'll let you answer the question. Part of my question is also whether or not some of these will qualify for categorical exemptions or categorical exclusions from CEQA. And I'm looking at page 111, table 6.6, just because that was an easy place to pull them all together. And being new to this, I don't have the same detailed knowledge of each of these projects, but since we've discussed it, I wanted to go through that.
Okay, so 4394 Alpine Road is the site we were talking about. The people refer to it as the White site because that's owned by Jim White and Patty White. And in that location, it is likely to be a supportive housing project. And if it's a supportive housing project under state law, it would be exempt from CEQA and a by right approval. If it was a market rate development or some other configuration other than supportive housing, it would have its own environmental process. So we would look at the checklist and we would look at the exemptions. So it just depends on what it turns out to be. If it was on the higher end of the development potential, then, you know, likely receive higher level of scrutiny. The next site on this table is the Dorothy Ford Field and open space. See how I'm alternating now? That one would have its own environmental review. Very likely that would be an EIR, but it depends on what that project turns out to be. The Glen Oaks housing site, I can't really say yet because I don't know what it would be included. It could be a lower level environmental review, such as an MND. It seems unlikely that it would be exempt. If it was going to be exempt, we might need some kinds of studies to demonstrate that it could be exempt. It's adjacent to a creek. We would be looking at the kind of the obvious fire safety, biology, aesthetic, those kinds of issues probably there.
Would there be public notice on that? Probably
For that one, yes.
Yeah, something like that. Or if you had to make a finding, there would be public notice. On
Yes, that one would be a discretionary project.
that. Okay,
The Glen Oaks site would go through a discretionary process.
thank you.
4370 Alpine Road is the mixed use site. This again depends on the scope of what would ultimately be proposed there. There's a chance it could be exempt depending on what they're proposing. Because from a CEQA point of view, it's a relatively small project. But it would depend on what that would be.
So you think it could be exempt from CEQA, or you think it would not require anything more?
I mean, I can't say because there's no project yet.
But I'm just trying to get a feel.
You know what I mean? It's very, you know, very hard to say.
Okay, fair enough.
Couldn't say, yeah. And then the others, same kind of thing. We just don't know what the ultimate project would be. I think, you know, the things that we know for sure are that the Dorothy Ford Park and the Glen Oaks housing site would have, you know, a pretty detailed level of environmental review. Those are the things we know for sure.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
So
Go ahead.
For Glen Oaks, that would be because of its size. That wouldn't, for example, be an affordable housing CADX.
I don't think so because it's owned by Stanford, and I would imagine that they would want to do similar types of housing that they're proposing at the Wedge and in other parts of the area, which would be faculty and staff housing with an affordable component. So it's, you know, hard to say for sure, but would probably need that review.
And then my second question was the 5-foot setback, which you talked about the ditch. And I think your designer on the Glen Oaks project also used the 5-foot setback when she was determining how many units could be put there. And I'm worried about whether or not this housing element document, and I'm sorry, I don't have the page number, but I did read that. At 30,000 feet. was
No, I
limited.
think that one's a 50-foot setback,
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Five-
Okay, okay.
50 or 55, but we
Five, I
can,
think.
yeah. Because that's one of the named creeks in town.
Yeah.
And so the
exactly.
named creeks have the larger setback. And so
Okay.
we took that large setback into consideration. It varies by the parcel size. But that's a big setback.
So my question, whether it's 550 or 150, is to what extent does this document establish an environmental standard? Or are these just numbers that we use for purposes of figuring out our housing activities? In other words, I don't want to preclude meaningful environmental review by something that we've included here for a different purpose. So that's
Yeah.
what my question is.
Yeah, I think I get it. That's a very smart and nuanced point. Okay, so if we're looking at the Glen Oaks housing site, I'm on page 118 using that as an example. So our mapping folks did a buffer around the creek. And in that case, it's a name creek, so it's the big buffer,
Right.
right?
Okay.
And so that number matters where it's in the town's written standards. So it's in the municipal code saying that there has to be a creek buffer. So that's an important standard from a CEQA point of view, right? We would analyze it there. But this map is just a feasibility analysis to demonstrate that the site is developable. And so I don't think there's CEQA implications of that. And then in the 5-foot case, the 5-foot would be the bare minimum. But like I explained, then you would do further analysis. And to me, the CEQA would be based on that additional analysis because there's not a more protective requirement in any of our policies.
That's very, very helpful. Thank you. I think I'd be more comfortable, and I did not draft this, but I guess this is still a question, but because the question is whether or not you'd be comfortable with it. I think you'd be more comfortable when we make specific environmental numbers like that, if we could say the reason why we put them in there, so they don't later get used as a standard. I mean, what you said was fine, but what's written doesn't have that extra information that you provided. For example, on the ditch, where you said, then we will have an engineering review. So I'm just concerned that they not later be taken out of context. What you've said is fine, but I don't see what you've said in the black and white. So
Great.
that would be my question.
Yeah, I think a good item for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
That's all your questions. Great.
That's it.
And how about you, Ronnie? Do you have a few clarifying questions?
Okay, on page 39, there's the summary matrix for fair housing issues and actions. And the new item was added there, which is community opposition to affordable housing as a high issue. And I guess I mean, I guess I didn't see any substantiation for that, and I'm not sure if if I feel that it's accurate. I mean, I think the community does support affordable housing, and then also it didn't seem like it was directly tied to any programs. So I guess the question is, why was that added, and if we were to try to remove it, would there be a negative impact of that?
Thanks. This was added in response to some of the fair housing comments that we received and fair housing comments that were received by other similar communities. So, we kind of worked together to try to interpret our comments. And what the prevailing thought is that under the fair housing laws, HCD wants places that have never had multifamily zoning to recognize and bring out into the light that there has been exclusionary zoning practices. And that's one of the things they want communities to acknowledge it, that there has not been provision for affordable housing before. And this is uncomfortable, right? It's an uncomfortable topic and it is designed to be an uncomfortable topic. And so we added this because in our approximation, there is a past practice of this town not allowing multifamily and affordable housing developments. They're not very recent, but they are recent enough that, you know, members of the just outgoing council and a lot of residents that have been around for a while can speak to them and the experiences with them. So there's been a couple times in the town's history where there's been an attempt to build a multifamily or affordable housing development that was stopped. And so this is in response to that and to acknowledge that the town has not always been open to those kinds of projects. Now, reasonable people disagree on these kinds of things, and they're really sensitive issues and people view them differently. And so if there's discomfort around including that, then it would be totally reasonable for the Planning Commission to make a recommendation that it be removed. In terms of how it's being addressed, your point is well taken. I think, though, the fact that the housing element establishes multifamily zoning for the first time and identifies locations for affordable housing, those are the programs to acknowledge and to move past a time when there was community opposition to affordable housing. So that's staff's view on it. Obviously, lots of ways to view it.
Okay. So the opt-in housing program used to be the opt-in rezoning program, and I see that you've renamed it because it no longer requires an actual rezoning. I guess for someone that hasn't been like following and going through the process, the opt-in housing program, if you see that in and of itself, I think you don't really know what it means. It sounds like someone finding housing or something like that. And I guess, so I guess the question is it feasible to rename it? I had thought of maybe something like opt-in housing diversification program. Yeah, what would your thoughts be on if we wanted to come up with another name?
We kept the opt-in language only because the community had been talking about it for so long and we didn't want to confuse people so that they could see how the program had changed over all that time. And I think renaming it to something is a great idea, as long as everyone feels like you could still identify it and know what it is we're talking about. So I think keeping the opt-in and adding words to it sounds like a great idea to me.
Okay. Okay, and then on the opt-in housing program, I guess I had the same question about the selection process. And, you know, basically my question was, is the Planning Commission process when we're selecting among sites a subjective selection? And I think I've gathered that the answer is yes. But so I guess at this point, the question is, I didn't see that spelled out really in any way in the document. And so should it be?
I think it could go a couple of different ways. We really spent some time, our staff team spent some time with your previous discussions, all the previous discussion on this. We reread minutes. We really tried to think about it. There's a lot of interest in not having too long of a process. And there really is a concern about presenting to HCD that this isn't real, that there's a lot of obstacles to it. So we were trying to strike the balance there and trying to find something that could still be kind of a subjective review based on criteria, but that the criteria could be known and set and published in a way that it was kind of minimally discretionary. Like it's still a decision that the Planning Commission would have to make, but it wouldn't be too broad. And so that's the needle we were trying to thread. I don't know if we got that quite right, but that's what we were going for. And that criteria could be in the call for projects instead of in the housing element.
Mhm.
Because the housing element, as part of the general plan is, it's binding. It has, a lot of force to it. And so we wanted to put it someplace else, the town council could give the planning commission authority to adopt that. We could adopt it by resolution by the council. There's some other lighter ways that we could adopt that criteria. And that's, we're hoping it would be acceptable to HCD to do that.
And I guess one more related question about it. Okay, so we're limited to 12 sites, and so if there were applications for more than 12 sites, we would select 12 among those. But what about if we got applications for fewer than 12 sites? Could we still use subjective criteria to say we do not want to accept one of the projects?
And I think the answer to that is yes. It's a little gray area. It's like a little tricky. We'd have to work out. But I think yes.
Yeah.
Town attorney, would it be a subjective decision, or would it be a decision made based on stated rules that the planning commission could apply some amount of judgment to? Is this a legislative or an adjudicative decision that would be made by the planning commission?
It's a case of first impression. When we talked to HCD about this program, they had said that they had never heard of a program like this. So it certainly has some elements of a legislative decision and some elements of a quasi judicial decision.
If this were a CUP, would that be, would a CUP be an adjudicative or
Yes.
legislative decision?
Adjudicative.
So this
Quite.
is more narrow than a CUP. So it would be an adjudicative process. Because it's more narrow, than you can apply less judgment than you would under a CUP, as we discussed. And this is, and the CUP is an adjudicative decision.
Yeah, I think that's one way of looking at it.
Sorry, that's.
And just for clarification, Ronnie, I heard you say 12 sites, but it's 12 units. Yeah.
Units, yeah.
Sorry, could I follow up on that? Just my assumption, it's like, oh, maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way, but so I'm assuming that these criteria that we're going to come up with, we had a list of them on the slide, things like affordability, fit with the community, variety, we're looking at, the clustering versus the single house type of thing. And that's our list. We're not saying that we're not going to say we want one of each objectively. We're going to say we're looking for a variety here, and we're going to judge it based on the variety. That's so the objective part says it's variety, but we get to make the call as to how we interpret that on the fly based on what we receive.
So it could work that way, and we haven't really fleshed out all of the details of how it will work. But typically what you do, I think we envision it like a request for proposals, and with such a request, you specify what those factors are that you're going to analyze, and you sometimes even weight those factors. So that could be possible. I don't know that you could arbitrarily just decide not to apply certain factors once you receive the proposals. But again, it would depend on how the actual proposal is established.
So we can manage it. If we do it correctly, we can manage it the way I suggested.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, the Glen Oaks site. So there's 4 developable acres, and it's up to 4 dwelling units per acre for 16 units total. And then meanwhile, there's the horse operation on the site. And my question is, would it be compatible with this zoning to keep the horse operation if the developed property owner wanted to, and cluster the 16 units on a smaller portion of the property, like say 1 acre, instead of spread across all 4 acres?
Okay, it's a little bit of a complicated answer. So we understand the council and the community's intent around this is to preserve the horse operation if possible and to not write any regulations that would preclude that from happening. So we don't want to accidentally force the horse operation out. More, we leave it to the property owner and that leasee, do you know what I mean, and their private arrangements. So the way that I see this is that we have planned unit development regulations where you're allowed to cluster projects together. And so it would be possible to cluster this project on a portion of the site. The whole site is actually quite a bit larger, and we're just estimating the developable portion with the creek setback and the scenic corridor setback. And so without a detailed site planning analysis, it's hard to know exactly for sure, but we tried to write it so that we wouldn't be limiting the future potential for that. So I don't know if you could cluster all of the units onto 1 acre using your example, but you could certainly cluster those units together enough to have options for the site. I just don't know if that could actually include keeping the equestrian use or if that would be the decision of the property owner to do that.
Okay. In the table 6-6 on page 111, so there's the proposed rezoning column, and for the where did it go? For the Dorothy Ford Field and open space, it says general plan amendment. Is there any reason that doesn't say the word gateway, or could that term be added there?
It could be added. I think that would be a good idea.
Okay. And then, okay, Ladera Church, I found it a little confusing. So it has both, it's both part of the gateway, but then it's also being rezoned to the multifamily 3 to 20 dwelling units per acre. So one question on that table 6-6, should both of those designations be in there? And then also, how do those two, so there's those two different, I don't even know if the zoning is the right word for both of them, but like the multifamily is 3 to 20 dwelling units, the gateway is 10 to 20 dwelling units. And so how are those considered for that site?
Okay, so let me start with the big picture for Ladera Church. They have been interested in doing an affordable housing project for quite a few years. And at the town's recommendation, waited for this housing element update process to go forward. And they've been participating throughout the process. So the intent here is to give Ladera Church multiple pathways because they haven't figured out yet what's best for them, how they might fund a project, who their partners might be. And so one of the paths is through the gateway. So they could work together with the town. And the theory is maybe have one affordable housing developer develop both sites since they're right across the street from each other and build and operate it all as one project. So that's the reason they're included in the gateway. So that's one path they could take. Then another path they could take is through an independent project straight through with our zoning requirements. So using the zoning that will be established for the site soon after the housing element and just go forward with a private project that way. Or they are added to the affiliated housing program because we wanted to recognize them as sort of a partner of the town. That's the way affiliated housing has been perceived in the past. And give them the choice to come before the Planning Commission if they needed additional flexibility that might come with an affiliated housing project. So we intentionally gave them 3 different pathways. In terms of what should be included here, that's confusing. Great question. So to me, it does make sense in the proposed rezoning category to have it list that it's a general plan amendment for the gateway and to have it say that it's multifamily zoning and to make it clear that it's getting both a general plan amendment and a zoning code amendment. I think that's a really great idea. And then in terms of the density ranges, I think we staff have a little bit of follow-up work to do on this because those two density ranges don't line up perfectly. And so I think we need to align what is in the general plan classification of 10 to 20 units with what's in the multifamily zoning classification of 3 to 20. So I think we just need to align those. But I think for the planning commission, from a policy point of view, do you know what I mean? It doesn't make a really big difference, I don't think, for you to think about the policy. But that's kind of my response. I think more information on this table would be useful.
And then for that multifamily zoning that I gather is supposed to be 3 to 20 dwelling units per acre. In the document, that I think there are typos that in several cases, it says 5 to 20 units. Somewhere it says 3 to 21 units, 10 to 21 units. So I guess is 3 to 20 correct? And then also why that number? Why 3? Why not 5 to 20 or 10 to 20?
Okay, great question. And I'm going to give you a little behind the scenes glimpse here into how this work actually gets done. The correct number is 3 to 20. Okay. Then how that came to be is we originally had a 5 to 20 number on it. And then in conversations with Jim White related to the vacant property, we thought it was better to put a lower number on there in case he decided to pursue the kind of supportive housing project where people share kitchens. And so then we would still be meeting a really important housing need for people that don't live totally independently, but may not count for RHNA purposes. And so that's why we dropped it down to 3 to try to have, we need some kind of minimum for HCD because we need to show to HCD that these aren't just going to be big single family homes. So that's really important to show HCD. So that's how we ended up with 3. The reason that it's sometimes 5 and sometimes 20 and sometimes 21 is we were working on this at 10:30 at night or 11:30 at night, and it's just a mistake. So thank you and sorry.
Okay. I had a similar question about, I think Commissioner Golden brought up program 1.1-5 on the co-housing. I guess I was also wondering why it's there. I think you've addressed it, but I noticed the deadline is June 2023. And then also we're committing to meet every 2 years on it. And so I was wondering both, do you think June 2023 is realistic? And do you feel that we want to commit to meet every 2 years rather than say just meet once?
At this point, I would recommend moving it out to be more in the middle of the cycle. Because based on how everything has come together, to me, it's more something that's looking to the future.
Right.
So I would say, initiating something by 2026 might be a good idea. And for a goal to meet twice during the planning cycle, I think might be a good approach.
Okay. I think my last question, for program 3-1, which is the request for proposals for the gateway zone. For that one, the responsible agency, I think, was just the planning department. Whereas for many of the other items, it's planning department and town council. And so shouldn't that one also have town council?
It definitely should.
Okay.
That's a good comment.
And then, yeah, so I had many in the category of typos and clarifications and suggestions, which I think I don't need to go through unless you think any of those need to be discussed.
I looked at your list and to me, they're all typos and clarifications, so we can take care of those offline.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Ronnie. And I had a few clarifying questions. Could I go back to this drainage thing in the 5 feet? You said then there'd be a site specific and it sounded like the town engineers would work with them. How does that work though? What keeps a property owner from suggesting the house is right at 5 feet away from the ditch? Like what kind of things are you?
Oh, gosh.
about-
Okay, I'm going to try. Okay.
yeah.
But there's water math.
I see.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
water math. And it's definitely over my head. And thank goodness for engineers. Unless they have to give a presentation, then thank goodness for planners.
Yes.
So the engineers look at the water flow, the size of the pipe that it's coming out of. There's industry standards for like 100-year storm and then a lesser storm. And then there's a standard practice of how they do the water math. And then another engineer who understands water math reviews it.
I see. But they're trying to protect the new house that gets built so the new house doesn't get flooded, as opposed to making sure that trash from those people's house doesn't blow over into the gully. I mean, they're trying to make sure that the house is built in a safe way is their main.
Yeah, and in my experience, the interests are actually well aligned. This
Mhm.
is not something where I've seen people argue much about. Because the magical water math produces a result. And then a lot of times, if you're trying to build the structure closer to that drainage, then you have to stabilize that slope a lot more. And then usually you're taking on some kind of commitment through an HOA or otherwise to maintain that and keep trash out of it and everything over time. So the interests of the town, the interests of the neighbors, the interests of the environment and the applicant are pretty well aligned on these. And so they're usually going to propose a setback that, they're not going to have debris going into the waterway because they have to clean it up anyway. And if it floods, they could be responsible. Do you know what I mean? Because they've disrupted the waterway. So I haven't seen people argue about this too much.
Okay. Thank you. And I hate to bring up this next one, but it's better to be clear than unclear on these things. We, the three of us on the Planning Commission that have been here longer, talked about the scenic corridor setbacks and the multifamily housing. And we're always pretty set on maintaining the 75-foot alpine scenic corridor. But you're saying in your presentation on the Ladera Church site, there are some scenarios where that 75-foot would be violated and in fact only be 20 feet. Yeah. But then you pointed out it's right at the beginning of town. There's other buildings that are already kind of right there. So the aesthetic effect might be minimal. But technically, when people ask me like, oh, what's going to happen to the scenic corridor? We're going to stick with the 75 feet, except for that Ladera site. Is that right?
That would be the answer based on how this is drafted.
Okay. I just want to be clear or have everybody be clear so we're not surprised later.
Correct.
Yeah, thanks. There was, I think it was page 116, but I don't really have to go there in the housing element. And it talked about on the White site, the 4394, about soil movement. They would be allowed to move soil that was moved by previous owners. I'm a little surprised at that. It seems kind of flat. But
Yeah,
just
I
wanted to know-
think I can get this right. The previous owners did unpermitted soil movement to mitigate some issue that they had at the time. And the current owners just want to put it back where it's supposed to be and don't want to be penalized for that. And normally that would count towards a site development permit. But because it's a potential supportive housing project, we're very mindful of triggering everything that could require a discretionary review. So in this case, our experts would still look at it and make sure that the soil is being moved properly and that, erosion control is being considered. But they're just saying, please exempt us in this case from the local permit to just move the dirt from over here to spread it over here kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. And then let's see, let me go to page 8, I think. Just a moment. Sorry, there's red page numbers and other page numbers, and I sometimes I'm struggling to get on the right page. No, I can't get on it, but it said, I think it was in the opt-in that one thing that would be considered is subdivision of land restrictions. I didn't understand what that phrase meant. Does that mean like, I think we talked about maybe it could be like the structure they do for condos where the grass gets, or the landscape gets taken care of by somebody in general, but people own like their unit. Is that what that meant?
Yeah, we were just trying to capture some of the previous discussion that the planning commission has had. You've
Mhm.
asked numerous questions like, would there be a physical land division?
Right.
Could we do like a condominium subdivision where people would own their unit and then the land would be held in common?
Right.
Like, what are the different legal arrangements?
Yeah.
And so we're just trying to say now, we know that those different legal arrangements would need to be determined.
I see.
And we want to do that as part of the call for projects process.
Okay, good.
Because we realize we don't actually have to do it now to initiate this program in the housing element.
Right. We just have to figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I might suggested some different words. I wasn't sure what it was when I read it.
Great.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
That's all my clarifying questions. More to the point to take public comments on the housing element. But what about a 5-minute break? Is it a good time for that? Okay. So we'll try to keep it to 5 minutes because we'd like to keep the whole meeting to 11 p.m. So I'll see everybody back at 9:08. Welcome, everyone. We're back to our Planning Commission meeting. We've gotten to the point to take public comments. This is on the housing element topic. And just so people know, we have 4 attendees here in the schoolhouse and 28 on Zoom. We'll take, I see one hand up on Zoom. Caroline Bertongen.
One thing through the chair before we get started.
Yeah.
I didn't know how you wanted to handle questions that come from the public.
Yes, no, I like this system where we listen to all the questions. And then we ask the commissioners which of the questions they'd like answers to that would help them deliberate on the topic at hand. So I think that's a good system.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Good clarifying. Okay, Caroline, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Caroline, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Caroline, are you there? Hey, Caroline, how about if we come back to you? I feel like there's a glitch or something. We'll go on to somebody else and then circle back to you. And next, I see a hand up, Karen Askey.
Hi, thank you. I have a lot of the comments and questions that the commissioners had, but with respect to the ephemeral stream, first of all, it has a bridge over it behind the country offices. It's pretty well defined. And I have a lot of concerns about 5 feet and even saying, oh, engineers will make it safe and such. And in doing some research, it looks like Napa, when it talks about I looked at other codes in counties, and Napa has intermittent streams at 35 feet and Santa Cruz at 30 feet, just some examples. So I would highly recommend that we extend that 5 feet out, please. Also, questions about some pipeline projects. In the housing element, it says that we can look at projects that are in the pipeline as of July 1st, 2022, such as Willow Commons and the Wedge. And yet we do have ADUs in the pipeline, and I don't see those included anywhere in the housing element. So just wondering about that. I've also heard that Woodside Priory may be building some housing, and I'm wondering if that's something we could include. With respect to 4370 Alpine Road, it has a maximum height of 34 feet. And given that lot is pretty flat, I'm just wondering if that could end up being a 3-story building, and particularly impinging on the neighbors that those might be behind. As far as Ladera Church, I'm really concerned about the 75-foot setback on Alpine Road. One, because of the scenic corridor initiatives, but also that's a major evacuation route. So 20 feet seems too small. And the 10-foot side next to who would be that Portola Valley neighbor, I think that's an impingement on their rights too by changing that setback. With respect, going back to the soil movement at 4394, I'm just wondering where that soil was moved and did it have any relation to the creek? I've looked up Dorothy Ford Park and Open Space, and that's what it's called on Portola Valley's Open Spaces section. So I would like to see it called Dorothy Ford Park and Open Space. And I'm also concerned that the 2.54 acres, if we've done a detailed site planning analysis of that space, because in walking over there, it just doesn't seem that big for development. And I'm very much in favor of the sunrise provisions and moving those out so we have more time to find alternative substitutes. And I think that's the extent of it. Just also want people to remember that Glen Oaks is not just a horse operator, it is a small business. And we would be taking away people's jobs by just creating a residential section. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Karen. Next, let's go to, oh, we have somebody in the courthouse, I called it, in the schoolhouse. Go ahead, Bob.
We've had troubles before. Does this work?
We make sure it's turned on. It doesn't,
Yeah, I tested it earlier.
okay, good.
Someone on Zoom, could you let us know if it's working? Adrian?
Would you like me to try it again? Does that work? No?
I can hear you perfectly.
She can hear
Okay.
you. Please
All
go
right,
ahead.
thank you. Bob Adams, I'm in the Nathorst neighborhood. There are 41 homes in the Nathorst neighborhood. And we have been working with the owner, with Cara, with Laura, with Ann. Welcome back, Ann. To come up with something that made some sense for everybody. One of the things that we started with was trying to have it be an opt-in project. It turned out that that was not something that the owner wanted to do because it was too limiting. He wanted to do more, we wanted to do less. And so we ended up with a 5, and we ended up with a bunch of kind of conditions on that 5. And so I thank you for all the negotiations and making that happen. One of the things that I am concerned about is the creek, and I call it a creek, and the owner calls it a ditch. So we're kind of doing both. But the ditch is at the footbridge is 5 feet deep below grade, and 15 feet down from there, it's 8 feet deep. And it's running about 500 gallons a minute right now. So it's, even though I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a lot of water coming through, and it's kind of pretty deep channel. And so to me, a 5-foot setback on an 8-foot slope, on an 8-foot grade would be about a 60% slope. And that's probably not very workable when you try to construct something. So also, I think that it's likely that you would have, at least they have said in the past, that they would have a project CEQA. So I'm assuming that if something was put back there, it would have a project CEQA on it. That would be my expectation. And I thank you. I thank you for your time. I thank you for understanding kind of what we're doing, and I appreciate all the negotiations back and forth. And Laura, I appreciate your creativity when it comes up with solutions when we have these challenges. Thank you.
Great. Next, let me call on Rita on Zoom.
Thank you for taking my comment. You know, the wedge project is part of the paperwork. It's not an approved project, and it's severely delayed. The deadline was May 13th, I believe, 2022, and information was sent in. And the only thing that the public has heard about it was, you know, a $35,000 request to research the pricing of the housing or the rents or something, but nothing about the, you know, the comments and the rush that the residents had to put in. The Glen Oaks property, which is across the street from the wedge, is also owned by Stanford. And Glen Oaks is a horse site community that the people from all over the Bay Area use. And it would be a real shame if that property and that horse facility went away. Somebody in the housing element group had said that, oh, that doesn't seem to be a horse community anymore. I just want to let you know that this is very much a much loved horse community. Information that has been sent in before about the town concerning fire hazards and whatnot were incorrect. The town manager noted that they were incorrect. The previous mayor noted that they were incorrect, but they were still sent on to the state. And if the state and HCD is using that as criteria for this project, this report that's being sent in, you know, what does that say? I don't know if information is being said that those reports that were signed by the town manager and the mayor were incorrect. And that's what we're being graded on. You know, earlier someone on this panel said that the real feasible sites for housing but we have geo issues, we have fire issues, we have information that's sent to the state that's incorrect. You know, when we want these new people coming into town to have our best, not to have our worst with bad information. And, you know, this conversation seems to be pretty casual with errors on the report. You know, we've been doing this for a long time. And, you know, this level of, you know, non-detailed, to not use very negative words, this is what's being sent. This is what have been sent to the state on behalf of this town before. When will the residents, the voices of the residents, will we get to see it, look through every word before it's sent on, unlike the previous report or that report that the manager, the town manager and the mayor had signed and sent on, misrepresenting our fire hazards and our other hazards and risks of this town. So I just hope that this particular document is reviewed, and I plead to the new commissioners that weren't part of this process before to review these documents and talk to the residents, you know, and we care about this town, and we care about the new housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Good. Call on a gentleman in the schoolhouse.
Hi, my name is Bill Russell, and my wife and I live at 200 Nathorst Avenue. I want to compliment all of you on the committee that have worked so hard to achieve this compromise. It was not easy, especially Cara Silver, all of the time and effort that she's put into this in meetings with me and my wife and all of the other members of the community who have been involved in this process. I just have a couple of quick questions, clarification questions with respect to 4370 and 4394. With regard to 4370, if in fact 5 units are constructed on the rear portion of the property and 4 in the front, what does that do with respect to CEQA requirements? Next question. Do you believe that it's clear from the proposal that if homes are actually constructed along Nathorst, that it will be the fronts of those homes that will face Nathorst and not the backyards of those homes that will face Nathorst? That's important to us. With regard to 4394, under the current proposal, what is the maximum number of market rate residences that could be constructed on the property, either by the current owner or a future owner, if it was the wish of such owner to maximize the market rate housing on that property in derogation of any affordable housing? Those are my questions.
Thanks. Thanks, Bill. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ron Eastman, Applewood Lane. I want you all to know that I absolutely support the sunrise provision that was originally proposed by Commissioners Targ and Taylor, and I believe Commissioner Brothers. The solution being proposed tonight, one that this community did not create, is to be clear, less than optimal. Need to buy ourselves more time. And if any of you are in doubt as to whether this housing element in its current form will substantially diminish the environmental quality, the quality of life, the environment in the Nathorst Triangle, then we need more time. And if you've heard other proposals which you thought were worth investigating further, then we need more time. If you've heard many of the alternative proposals to what's in the current draft, then we need more time. The best so far that I've heard is to use the monies from the Affordable Housing Fund to buy vacant land in the town center area. The town center section of the general plan actually seems to anticipate mixed commercial and residential in the way that the Alpine Scenic Corridor of the general plan, of the current version of the general plan, absolutely does not. This housing element proposal is a substantial violation of the old general plan. Another idea that is to create a small loan program to encourage junior ADU construction. Another possibility would be to allow basements on ADUs. I know several people who would be willing to downsize into an ADU and allow their adult children with their grandchildren to move into their large house. But the ADU footprints currently allowed are just a little bit too small. Basements are environmentally friendly. You don't need to cool them in the summertime. They stay warm in the wintertime. And they do not add any additional structural fuel to the environment. They're a great solution. My neighbor, and I promised I would say, my neighbors Greg Franklin and Sue Lowe also been greatly in favor of the sunrise provision, and they would be here tonight, except their plane was delayed, so they're flying. And I'd like to ask why. Oh, well, it was been asked by Karen Askey, why isn't the Priory, the new Priory construction included in the housing element? And one other thing, I'd like to know why this is being called a drainage ditch. This is clearly a creek that was here before Columbus set foot in the Americas. It's not a drainage ditch. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, let me go to Richard Thiesing on Zoom.
Thank you. I just got the unmute sound. Yes, my family has owned 4370 Alpine Road for over 40 years. And my children intend to keep it. The original proposal by the ad hoc committee was for 9 units on the back part of the property. And I believe that was approved by the Planning Commission, approved by the Town Council, submitted to the state. And now talking about 9 units, but 4 in the front. Well, those will never be built. There's no room for 4 housing units on the front of the property unless the office building was torn down. Now the office building serves the residents. It's 100% full. So the office building is not going to be torn down. So the 4 units that supposedly could be built or would be built on the front, that's not accurate. They're just not going to be there. Now the 5 on the back, with the change in the setbacks and having the footprint of single family homes, I don't believe there's an envelope there big enough to have more housing in the back. So I think that we're down to having 3 in the back, none in the front. And I have a proposal that I think should make everybody happy. Although I don't think that's ever possible in Portola Valley, but in any event, what I would be satisfied with, and I think the neighbors would be to have 3 R1 lots in the back. That would be a good transition. You'd had nice housing there, something everybody could be proud of. And I would think that that would be a reasonable outcome. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Rich. Let's try Caroline Vertonghen again. Caroline, last time we couldn't, you looked unmuted, but we couldn't hear you. We still don't hear you, Caroline. Are you talking? Let me go on to Christy Corley.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all your work behind the scenes on everything you're doing. I know it's a lot of work. Starting with the opt-in, I hear that the Planning Commission will be selecting these drawings, but they will also be selecting neighborhoods. So my question is, would public, how will you be pulling in public comments and opinion on your selection of not only drawings, but also neighborhoods that would change? So that's my question with opt-in. Also, opt-in kind of bounces off of SB9. Well, SB9 has the owner occupancy for 3 years. And I noticed you crossed that out. So if you could explain, that was something that was added into SB9 at the last minute, and it is important. So developers don't buy up lots next to each other, because SB9 does not allow a developer to buy 2 lots next to each other as well. So how do we prevent whole streets being bought up? That's my question. We really need to think about opt-in and the provisions that we want to put in place, because actually the Planning Commission is going to be selecting neighborhoods. And I also don't agree with the word ditch. This is a very important seasonal creek that went from 2 feet to 30 feet wide. So I think we have to look at what's happening with that waterway. Also, the height of buildings, you're saying 28 feet and 34 feet. Well, in Los Altos Hills, 35 feet turned into 63 feet on First Street with bonus density law. And 45 feet in Los Altos turned into 70 feet. So with bonus density law. So we have to be careful on heights and what will happen with that law. 75-foot setback. I live on Alpine Road. I abide to the 75-foot setback. And I'm surprised that you're going to even consider a 20 when we're all building things that are 75 feet back. So that just doesn't feel, right to those of us who live on Alpine Road and that try to abide by the rules of the town. And then the Affordable Housing Fund, I did like his idea of we should get a realtor watching lots and be ready to buy lots. And a small fund for JADUs, I am for. Let's see what else is here. There's so much that we.
Oh, 3 minutes is about up though, or is up. Thanks.
I want to know how you're going to build public comment into everything you're doing and how many feet away. There's a lot in this document that doesn't tell us how many feet away you're going to notify people and when you're going to notify people. Is it a month ahead? Is it 2 days ahead? How many feet away? 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 350 feet. Let's get specific because we care about our public comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Next, Allison Millick.
Hi there. This is just actually directed to Laura, Laura Russell. Laura, I've watched you for the past, year and a half during this process, and haven't always agreed with the way things have gone, but I have to say, you have been so clear and so professional and have been so patient with this process. And I just want to give you a big shout out. It just can't be easy sitting in between the residents and the HCD and communicating the messages back and forth and keeping your cool the way you do. So I just want to say that I really appreciate that.
Thanks, Allison. You can talk for 3 more minutes if you'd like.
Well, okay, I will go further to say that my personal feeling about all of this, having watched this for a while, is I think we should go ahead and submit this plan, submit the element as it is, And so that we can free up our resources and time to getting to work on the sunrise provision time that we have to find some alternative solutions.
Great.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. And we'll make one more try, Caroline, to see if we can get the audio working. You want to try again? Your button is unmuted on our side, but we don't hear you.
I think her hand was up a while before the session and she may not be.
I mean, I'd be there.
Oh, might not be there. Maybe that's it, but it went unmuted. She had to do that, right? Because you can't forcibly.
We unmuted her, but her hand's going up and down.
Mm. Okay, Caroline, I guess we'll assume that you're not there or able to speak to us. So I'll close nobody else here, right? I'll close the public comment portion and we'll go on to the discussion. I have to, we have two members with conflicts. So if we want to have any detailed discussion on the sequoias, let me know, because then we'll have Ronnie be recused for that portion, then come back. Or if we have detailed discussions on the two Alpine Road parcels, then we'll have Nicholas be recused, but then come back. They are allowed to talk about the housing element in general. So let's do the sequoias first. Anybody have specific things they're going to say about the sequoias?
Ask for a moment.
Yes, please.
Do we have responses to the public comments?
Oh, yes, that's a good point. That is a good call. Yes, so which questions would the commissioners like to hear the answers to before so this is things that we really need to have responses to so that we can do our deliberation. You want to go first?
Sure.
Or just give a list Laura's probably going to be the one to answer most of them.
So many of them, I think we've actually covered. So the one that I thought was most interesting was, do we have ADUs in the pipeline and do they count? And yeah, I think the CEQA stuff just waits till we have real projects. So that's it.
Ronnie, do you have ones you want to highlight that you'd like Laura to answer?
Yeah, I guess also from Karen Askey about the Woodside Priory housing. Maybe Bob Adams' question about would we expect a project CEQA? I think Bill Russell's questions, the three of them, on 4370, if there's 5 in the rear and 4 in the front, does that do something to CEQA? And then will the fronts or the backs face Nat Horse? And what is for 4394, what's the max number of market rate developments? And then Christy Corley's question about how will the Planning Commission pull in public comment for the selection of sites for the opt-in?
I also don't know the answer to Christy Corley's question about what distance away will people be notified from when something's going on. And that's an important question to answer if we know.
And how about you, Nicholas? Do you have any additional ones to add?
I would like to know what a creek is.
Like the picture.
I had, these weren't really questions, but I feel like I'd like clarification. One was on the ADUs and basements. I thought we do count or do allow basements in our ADUs. Just a sec, I thought I had one more. No, the others have been covered.
Okay, so ADUs in the pipeline. This is nuanced, so I'll try to explain it, but it's a tricky thing. We already do an ADU projection that goes into the future based on our past performance. So we're already sort of getting credit for ADUs that have been built. And so if we were already using the ADUs to make the projection, if we also had a line that included them as a pipeline, it would basically be double counting them. And so the best practice is to use the ADUs for the projection, which we did to get to the 92, but not include them in the pipeline. You may have seen Woodside had ADUs in the pipeline, but they did take those out of a future draft. Woodside Priory, I have asked Patrick Ruff 5 to 7 times if they're going to build units in the next 8 years, and they said that they have no plans to. That was most recently at the ASCC meeting last week. ADUs in basements, you are allowed to have an ADU in a basement, but we did a minor code amendment to say that that floor area now counts because we had people coming up with very creative approaches that were actually just adding living space to their home instead of creating more living space for the ADU. So the most recent set of code amendments addressed that issue that was coming up. People were kind of gaming the system, so to speak. But you can have a basement under an ADU. There's just a certain way that it counts. In terms of the 4370, if there's 5 units on the rear and 4 units on the front, what would the CEQA analysis be? I really don't know without knowing what that project would be for sure. From a CEQA standpoint, that's quite a small project in the scope of the CEQA state law. So I really can't speak to that specifically.
But that creek's pretty major. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what would be proposed. We don't know what the setback's going to be. We don't know if there's any interaction with the creek. If there's a bridge over it, if there's anything else. If people do anything in the water, like in the creek bed, then they're getting permits from state agencies as well. There's a question too about whether the houses would have to front onto Nathorst or whether that could be the back. I think it's really important for site planning purposes that not be prescribed. We don't prescribe that in any other locations in town. The neighbors may prefer to see the front doors, but front doors may actually be noisier than, side windows and back doors. So there's pros and cons both way, but if we prescribe that they had to front onto Nathorst, you're really significantly limiting the site planning options there. So it is not prescribed, and that's on purpose. So just for transparency to neighbors. For 4394, what's the max number of market rate units that could be developed is 21. So that's a 1.1 acre site at 20 units per acre, if it was all market rate. The public comment, our standard process is, we don't have a process for multifamily housing development, but single family home projects are noticed to 300 feet. So that's consistent with kind of a typical state law to notice a public hearing under planning and zoning law. If a project includes a conditional use permit, then we notice 1,000 feet. So that has been our practice. The noticing requirement for the opt-in would probably need to be set for the call to projects, but I would imagine the Planning Commission would want to do a 1,000-foot notification or send out some sort of broad notice to the public that you were undertaking this thing of selecting opt-in sites. So it would certainly need to be more broad noticing than just around those particular sites. but it may need more of a communications package than just a direct notification. I think I got them all. Did I forget anything?
On that one, the public comment on those proposals or sites?
Yeah, it'd be at a meeting. It'd be, written and oral testimony at a planning commission meeting.
I had one more question that I should have asked a long time ago. With the ADU numbers and the recent survey, I couldn't see in your calculation that the amnesty, how much the amnesty program might add. Did I just miss that? Or did you not make a calculation?
We did not make a calculation. We did not add any additional units. The amnesty survey information is very interesting to us as we prioritize our programs, but I don't think that it would be evidence to HCD to support a big increase.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Laura.
If I may,
Yeah,
I actually wasn't kidding about the definition of
Oh.
a creek. I think a creek is a thing under Portola Valley ordinance, if I'm not incorrect.
I talked to Howard Young, our Public Works Director, about this at one of the previous meetings where we talked about it. You might remember I had a slide. So we looked it up on the local drainage map and on the FEMA map that keeps track of the local waterways. And our characterization of it is of an ephemeral creek / drainage. We believe that that does characterize it as best as we can. So we looked up the definitions. We looked up, it is on our local drainage map as drainage, and it is not on the FEMA map as a designated local creek or waterway. And so I don't have, those specific definitions in front of me tonight because there's numerous definitions of the different types of creeks and streams. So either ephemeral creek or ephemeral stream are the right terminology, but our documents use creek already. So I did not change it to stream so that there wouldn't be a problem for internal consistency. But we called it the / drainage because it has pipes on either end. And because it's on our local drainage map. And so that was Howard's and my best recommendation on it.
So I'm actually, this is interesting, but this is actually easier. So if it is a drainage, is it a drainage in the same way that it would be a stormwater drainage that would be part of the town or county's drainage system? More specifically, is it an MS4 kind of drainage, or is it a drainage in the same way that you would describe as a natural drainage as in the gulch, which is more akin to a creek? Do you understand?
Yeah, I believe I understand your question. I don't know. I guess I don't understand why it matters for this purpose. The majority of the drainage in town is overland drainage. We don't have a whole stormwater, a piped stormwater system, right? The way that suburban communities do. So the water goes in and out of pipes, but it's largely overland, as I've heard it described by Howard.
It certainly is. The town attorney will well remember we addressed this issue over Al's Nursery many years ago. And said that MS4 responsibility. And the reason why I ask is that there are certain creeks which are designated creeks, which are blue line creeks, which are treated differently under the ordinance than the municipal code, rather, than a stormwater drainage. And if this is a blue line creek, I mean, that's super interesting, and that would be treated differently, wouldn't it? Council?
But that's what I thought Howard and I were talking about. That's why he was looking it up on other maps, other than our own local maps, which doesn't show.
Right, so it's not a Blue Line Creek. So it would be, so it would be treated as a creek, and it wouldn't be subject to the municipal setback.
Setback.
Yeah, the municipal setback for a designated creek.
Right.
Right, so it isn't a creek within the definition of the Portola Valley Municipal Code.
So we don't have the exact map in front of us right now, but our understanding in talking to the Public Works Director is that it is shown in the town's records as a drainage facility. And it is not referred to in the town's records as a actual creek,
And so it wouldn't be subject therefore to.
the setbacks. Correct.
Correct.
Great, thank you for those answers. Okay, so now we'll get back to where I was jumping the gun, which is we'll start discussion. But we have to bifurcate things depending on the discussion and who's recused. Let me just ask about sequoias. Will anybody have specific comments about the sequoias? Okay, good. So Ronnie doesn't have to step out. But how about on the two alpine sites? Those I could imagine people might have specific comments on.
Yes, and just to clarify, it would be 4394 and 4388.
Thank you. It is important to
Alpine.
say that because we have
Yes.
other alpines. You're
Right.
right. Yes, good, thank you.
And that's based on Nicholas's, he doesn't have a FPPC conflict, but he does have a source of income that from the owner of those two sites. And so he's recusing himself in an abundance of caution for those two sites, just for the record.
I'm imagining people will have specific comments on those two sites.
I would think so as well. Town attorney, will you please tell me to leave at the appropriate moment?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you could step outside and we'll text you when we're done with that discussion.
And let me just add, that would be the right order as opposed to doing some more general discussion about kind of all the sites or details, then jumping to those two sites and having Nicholas leave.
Yeah, under the FPPC rules, the practice is to have the issue that it poses the conflict be discussed first.
Okay.
So that's what I would recommend, even though this isn't strictly an FPPC conflict.
Okay.
And just to be sure, I would be able to vote on the resolution should we have to.
That's correct.
Yes, and I'm thinking this might be kind of short and then we'll have you come.
I'm not going
Right,
far.
don't go too far. You're allowed to use the restroom though. You can-
Run home, that's happened before.
Okay, so we'll particularly discuss the two alpine sites right now, 4394 and 4388.
88.
Yes.
Which is the existing Willow Commons property. It's on the pipeline. project.
Yes, okay, great.
Excuse me.
So this has the, let me call it creative solution with, I think, Cara and Laura and the property owner that there's going to be a zoning that could allow market-based housing in the 3 to 20 units per acre But now there's this overlay district for supportive housing, which gives the property owner has the option of doing either one at his or her discretion. And then we have kind of rules that will govern that supportive housing, should they choose to do that. I mean, I guess for discussion, to me, it's very creative, and I was very glad to see that there was a solution that can work for that property owner. And we think will satisfy HCD, because for a while it looked like there might not be a good option there. So that part seems very good to me. I didn't mean to jump in first. You all go ahead.
That's fine.
I agree. I mean, I was really glad to see that staff was able to work out a solution with the property owner, and generally it seems good to me.
I agree. It seems like it's a good outcome. It looks like a lot of work has got into it. Can't really add anything other than my 5-foot ditch issue.
That's not on this
that's a
property,
different
though.
property.
Oh, wrong property. Oh, okay. Oh, what? Oh, we're on 94, aren't we?
4394, right.
Okay.
So, when we talked about the Nathorst property, I think as a whole, we generally agreed that we were adding, we were not going to take away any capabilities that the current owner had. We were merely adding to that. So I think applying that same logic to this particular property is exactly what we should have been doing here. And I love the idea of adding in the whole supportive. I mean, you sort of folded them in. I guess they are folded together because one is dependent on the other, but I just like the whole aspect of the program, that having as a town, having a supportive housing program specifically, that, right now it's one property, but who knows, we may be able to use that elsewhere over time.
You had brought up the soil movement as a question.
Yes.
Is there?
Uh, No, I think I'm fine with that. I just wanted to kind of hear more about it, but I presume there wasn't a big, hill there before that they're going to reconstruct it. It looks pretty level to me now. I presume they're going to, it's going to look pretty level afterwards.
Yeah, it's pretty level. I mean, compared to a lot of sites in town. It's the way that our site development permit requirements are drafted, because we don't want people to change the natural contours of the land. But in this case, it's the opposite. It's that a previous owner changed the contour of the land, and they want to not have that count against them for the purposes of a site development permit. So from my perspective, it does preserve our ability to regulate the things we need to there, related to like water quality and erosion control. Like, we can still do those things, but it's not like a big soil movement on a very steep slope that needs a lot of regulation. So that's why I felt comfortable with it when this proposal came through.
So am I sensing that we feel good or okay about this, and that we can close this bifurcated discussion? What's that?
Do we have any discussion on Willow?
Oh, I would doubt it, but that's a good official question. Do you have any on the other property? The next door
Well, I
property?
don't. I just asked the
Yeah,
question.
Yeah, so all we did for Willow Commons was include a little bit more information in the housing element, both as a pipeline project and to help provide context for the 4394 site. So that's all we did. It doesn't change anything related to the project itself. The one thing that we added is in the program at the end, the new program in the 9-1, they were open to the possibility of maybe rezoning that site as long as they keep their vested rights. So that's the only other change. It doesn't commit the town to doing anything. It's just an option.
Okay. Good. So am I sensing we're done with the discussion on these two properties? We can, then at the end, we can discuss it just as a whole, but we can get Nicholas back.
Yeah, okay.
Shall we let him sit out there longer? Or go get him.
It's cold.
I know. the town attorney has gone to tell Nicholas that we're done with that discussion point and he can come back and join the discussion on the other properties.
Great, figure it out.
Yes. All set. Okay, we'll go over the other topics. How do you all, do we want to go over property by property or just talk in general? How about in general, people make their comments about the whole housing element?
Let's see if we can chop it up into pieces.
Okay, I'm fine with that too. By site,
By site topic. Looking at John, who's looking at me saying, yes, a bad idea.
No, no, I'm just like, okay, tell me the, what chop? I'm happy to go along with it. I wasn't clear how to do it.
For example, there would be there could be a issue on the Ford Park portion. There could be an issue on opt-in. There could be a
Okay.
generalized issue on the explanation how we got here. Because we're doing, why are we bad? Section. So that was my thought. There may be additional issues pertaining to the gateway. Generally, I'm just going to break it up like that. Seems like a kind of natural way to, at least for me to.
I'm good with that. Let's start with the, oh, and we still, it would be good if we could be crisp on this so that we can finish around 11. So let's start with Ford Park. Let's do Ford Park and Gateway together. How about? Okay. Would anybody like to start with thoughts on that one?
So I know my thoughts are, I know other folks have concerns about wanting to delay further, you know, using the sunset to wait. I'm actually more concerned in the opposite direction, which is having seen some of these projects and how many years they take. I kind of think I'd like to get moving. I don't mind waiting a little bit, you know, to sort of see how some of these things play out, but I don't want to wait too long. So I thought some of the timing that were in there was pretty good. You know, I guess part of the thinking behind that is, you know, we had a great group of people work on finding housing sites for 18 months, and I don't really expect anything else to come out. To be honest, I actually expect things to go the other direction over time, which is we're going to end up expanding that site in order to meet our goals because of our other programs. But that's a guess on my part. But anyway, so I'm sort of thinking I like the timing as it is because I think we need to get moving.
I guess I have a question related to that. In terms of what we need to do to meet the RENA cycle, I mean, what has to happen within the 8-year period? Does the project need to be completed if it was
Could you
initiated?
speak to all of us? I can't hear you when
Oh,
you
I'm
just
sorry.
speak to him.
And maybe everyone pull up your mic a little bit
Yeah.
too. I did get an email that people are having trouble
Mhm.
hearing if we're not on the mics.
I don't know how to speak to everyone. The question is what needs to happen during the 8-year period? Does the project need to be completed, or if it's started and approved, is that enough?
To count in the 8-year period, the building permits have to be pulled.
Okay.
So that's the main way that we count. So they also keep track of like what's approved and what's completed, but the main count for RENA is building permits issued.
And I believe, check me on this, but the expectation is this round of RENA that the state is going to be monitoring us as we go. And if our production doesn't sort of match against our projections, then we'll have to make modifications to come up with new elements of the housing plan. So we may be forced with looking at, at some point having, again, if we're not meeting our numbers, we'll have to come up with something else, which is where I went down the path of saying this Ford Park site could fill that purpose too, if it's sort of coming in the middle of the whole program.
So it's a little bit more nuanced than that. So yes, we expect HCD to be monitoring much more closely, and there could be new housing laws that come into effect. So that's true. That's certain. In terms of identifying new sites, that comes into play in the no net loss rules, where if the sites develop, but they develop with less units than what we projected, in particular, less lower income units, then we have to come up with more sites to fill in that gap. So that's the area where we have to come up with more sites. So it's a little bit different. So is that help a little with the nuance?
I thought what John was getting at, we can't go 7 3/4 years with nothing, and then suddenly have 253 building permits issued the last 4 months of the 8 years.
So the consequences for that come into effect. Right now, the law that's in effect for that is SB 35. Am I getting the number right? Yeah, okay. And there's progress points in the housing element cycle where HCD sees where you are compared to how you're supposed to be performing. And then that can result in more streamlined review for development projects. And so we've analyzed that in the past, and the consequences are not as bad here as they are in some communities. But there could be implications of having more streamlined review along the way if we are not meeting our numbers.
You mean forced streamlined review by the state?
Yes.
Onto
Yes.
us. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
John, are you suggesting a faster dates than we have already, or more?
No, I thought what they had in here was pretty good here. So it, sort of people, seems like some people wanted to wait, 2 or 3 years to get started. And I think this is kind of a year getting started. So that felt more in line with my guess of what would be a good start.
So I would propose that we do a couple of things. That is, there are a handful of locations where it talks in the housing element where it identifies the RFP on page 105, 107, 119 in program 3-1. And I would recommend that we have a minimum of 2 years.
I'm sorry, 2 years from when?
From the adoption of the housing element. Presently, it's like 1 and change. And at that point in time, we could have a trigger language of the form unless the town identifies an alternative feasible means of replacing the dwellings that would be provided by the Ford Park location. And then we would drop in the RFP would be.
Right.
Excuse me, I've had a request that that people talk closer to the mic.
So I guess currently it's the site planning, January 2024, and the RFP, September 2024. And I think Laura had mentioned that those timeframes could be moved out 1 year and that she wouldn't see a problem with that, or from what I understood. What you're suggesting is that, I'm not exactly sure what timeframe you're suggesting.
Didn't that sound like your time frame?
Yeah, but no, it's not. That would be 1 year. And I'm proposing that
Yeah.
consistent with the.
Wait, that would be,
So you're-
currently it's
you're-
January 2024 to start, and RFP September 2024. And pushing them out 1 year further would be January 2025 and September 2025.
That's correct.
Okay. But sorry, that.
And you'd be okay with that?
Okay with that, or you're trying to push that out?
I could be there. I want a couple years to figure this out before we start issuing an RFP.
But September 2025, that would be that couple years, right?
Yeah. So if we're in 2025, are we, presently it says 2024, if I'm not.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
So I want another year.
But
Yeah, when Laura had said she could do another year, I mean, that sounded good to me as well.
Let me also note that I'd also like the name to be properly recognized for what it is, which is the park. But with those two items.
I'm unclear on the wording. It seems like we've gone, yeah, could you tell me exactly what words you would propose to call it?
I would propose language of the form unless the town identifies an alternative feasible means of replacing the dwelling units that would be provided is probably the wrong word, by the Ford Park location.
I thought there was a question everywhere in the document, what do we call it? Some people were calling it Ford Park.
Oh,
Laura had chosen,
How about Dorothy
blah, and
Ford
open
Park and
space.
open space?
Yeah, can we stick with that?
Dorothy Ford
Yeah.
Park / open space.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
open space.
And open space, like it is now. It's that in many places. at least,
Yeah,
right?
that's fine.
Okay,
That works.
So it's what can you show, where's the dates on this, Ronnie? What page are you looking at?
129.
129, great. So in terms of, from a timing perspective, I'd prefer to do it sooner, but it's not one that I'm going to make a big deal of if everybody wants to go out a year on that. What I didn't understand though was then you had your wording. Where does that fit? Or is that just advice to the council or?
Well, no, if we are, if we were to be on track to meet our numbers, we wouldn't go forward with an RFP whatsoever.
So you put it into that section?
Where would that be?
It's,
Where, I'm just trying to say where would it go? So I got the context.
There's language of the form. I've dutifully closed my documents. I apologize. But that the town will issue an RFP. And so what I would do is I would make the issuance of the RFP conditional.
Okay.
And
Still needing it for our numbers? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, if we still need
Okay.
it for our numbers, that's to say, if we haven't figured it out within a couple of years.
I mean, but I think that's what everybody assumes we're doing anyway. So I think it falls into the category of, okay.
I think
That would be okay.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
but presently, we're rezoning it. We're doing all sorts of things to the
But we are proposing doing all of those.
right. And so there would be no reason, for example, I would like to make clear that we are not going to develop the Dorothy Ford Park open space if we are on track to meet our numbers.
I don't like that phrasing, though. It makes it sound like there's some way that these other sites could magically get the numbers. That's just not a rational sentence. I understood the Sunrise, that there'd be a group formed that would go look, do something different than the housing element that you and I were on, that we looked really hard, and find some other site. And if that site was identified, then it would be substituted. You know, we'd tell HCD, we have a revision we'd like to make. We have great site number 2 that we're going to put in place of our great site number 1, and they wouldn't mind if it truly is great. But the idea that if we're making our numbers,
Why?
no,
I
that's
mean,
like
one
saying,
way to make your numbers is to find an alternate site. Another way to make your numbers is the state recognizes the error of its ways and
Mhm.
does something different.
Mhm.
So I think that there are a variety of ways in which you can make your numbers rather than finding an alternative parcel to develop. And I think that, you know, that may be possible, it may not be possible. But if you've got the flexibility, then why not take it, regardless of how likely or speculative it might have. I don't see why we would draw a more narrow path for ourselves than need be.
right, but go ahead. We don't need to draw that path, though. Of course, the town, of course, if the state changes its mind or these lawsuits work, I mean, of course, if the world shifts, of course, we will do something different, right? I don't feel like we should recommend calling that out,
Why?
because it seems like you're not serious about developing housing if you put all these ifs in there.
Just to be clear, and it says if you don't do this, if the circumstances are not such that you are on track or you have identified within a date certain, it provides a date certain, it provides a predicate for action, and it springs into place. I'm unclear what about placing a marker seems to be not serious.
I think part of this may be the way lawyers think. We put something down as a mandate, and then for some reasons, circumstances change and it's not necessary to do what you need to do. So I don't have any problem with Nicholas's idea at all. I actually think it's a good idea, just generically, to have that in here. Circumstances could change, the state could change, we could change. So I would support that. While I'm talking, I also like an extension of the schedule. I think Laura's proven herself to be capable of doing the work of 20 people, but there's a lot of upfront work in this thing with the opt-in programs and some of these other programs we put together. So I definitely like the idea of the longer extension. I think for that big project, it's a good idea to have this language. Who knows what can happen in 2 years?
Yeah, I guess I think you're describing the original Sunrise proposal, and what I understood from Laura in the previous meetings is that intentionally the town council and under Laura's advice decided not to put in that strong language. I think because of how we anticipated HCD would view that. And so I guess I would, if we're talking about putting it back in, I mean, so it's kind of the planning commission proposed it, the town council decided not to put it in. Now we're talking about putting it back in again. I guess I'd want to understand again, the reasoning behind taking it out. And basically how do you think HCD would interpret if putting in these stipulations?
So when we talked to the council about this originally, we obviously hadn't submitted anything to HCD yet. And we were working on the best information that was available. That's what we've been doing this whole time. And so we wanted to demonstrate to HCD, based on what everyone was telling us from Southern California, that you have to have like the whole package, the whole housing element has to hold together. They have to understand that you've evaluated your constraints and you've proposed sites and it's feasible to build those sites and you have programs to support it. And all the pieces really work. And there was certainly, there was then, and for me still is now, it's important that HCD views the whole housing element as working. And I think they would say to us, okay, well, what else do you think you're going to find? Or what are you going to do different? And so if this sunrise type language is incorporated, we probably have to even strengthen even more the implementation language. So we can say we're going to wait and see if something else comes up. But I think then we have to be equally as strong as saying, if nothing comes up, then the town's going to do it. And then I think if we do that, then I think it would be okay with HCD and the conversations that we've had with some explanation about what the town is trying to achieve. So I think if it's the recommendation of the Planning Commission to add that language in there, then that would be my recommendation, would be to, make sure that the implementation is really strong and perhaps more specific. This language, I left a little bit vague on purpose when I say begin site planning process, because I wanted it to capture a whole public process and a technical process. And so, it's kind of hard. I don't want to give that up because I don't want us to be in the position of having to design the whole process right now. But we maybe could include a little bit more language, to include things like, but not limited to, technical, analysis, community outreach, fundraising ideas, lots of different things like that we might include so that they know we've thought about it. It's the really important thing is, the term that people call it is a paper site, meaning it's only a site on paper and it's not real. And it's probably fine to delay as long as it's real at the end of that delay. That's what I think they'd say.
I have no problem with that, just to be clear. And if you're going to put down a marker, your marker has to be good. Reasonable for HCD to want to know that there's something at the other end of the promise.
Do we agree? I'm a little fuzzy on that at the moment.
I agree with her.
That you were going to say it both ways?
Well, I think we have to do both things. So I think we have to, I think it's a little bit of a risk. HCD might come back and say, we don't buy this. They might say that, and then we could give some explanation and explain the purpose of it and talk about what a big deal it is to develop an open space site. And that even though we had 37 meetings in 127 hours, we need 2 more years and 37 more meetings and 127 more hours before we can decide for sure, because that's how we roll, right? And so I think if we might have to get into a meeting and explain it. But
You're willing to try to sell that. Sorry, that was a rhetorical question.
I think, let me say this. I think it is having been through everything we've been through, I think it is a reasonable thing for a reasonable argument for the town to make, as long as as Nicholas is saying, as long as it's pretty concrete, and pretty specific. Otherwise, I think we need to leave it the way that it is here. I left it vague on purpose so that we could kind of float by and they would think, oh, you're just busy the first 2 years. That's why you're not working on it in the first 2 years. So we were vague on purpose. If we're going to be specific, we need to be specific and see how they react.
So my belief is this is primarily a political discussion. I think we have the flexibility to do exactly what we wanted in terms of we control, it's the town site, we control the timing. If we substitute something else in, we're able to modify this if needs be to come up with the different sites and things like that. So I regard it mostly as a sales job. I think it's one of those, it doesn't, from the standpoint, does it change what we're going to do? I don't think so. So it's back to the, are we trying to sell it to you guys? Are we trying to sell it to the public? Are we trying to sell it to HCD? You know, what's the best way to make the sale is kind of where I am.
I think one way of thinking of it is you need to sell it to me because it's important to me. And I don't see it as political. If you view it as a gimme, then gimme, you know, and
But wait, Nicholas, we're saying that, as John says, the town owns the land, the town controls the timing. We can delay, we can do whatever we want in those 2 years.
that's
Let's
not
just do it.
true. That's not what the language of the housing element says. Housing element says that we're going to do certain things at certain points in time, and HCD can come back and say you aren't doing it. And
But
I'm
we
saying that
just
I don't want to put ourselves in that situation.
But if we moved out the dates a little bit, we don't have to do things till those dates.
Then the dates are still specific. Then we would go back to HCD and say, hey, HCD, we're going to make a modification here. And we aren't going to go and perform, and HCD does whatever HCD wants to do. And I'm not comfortable with that. I mean, maybe it's political in as much as, in as much as I want to pin down what we're going to do and what we're not going to do. And I'd like to see that. And if,
But we are going to do those dates unless some other great sites come up,
where
right?
does it say unless some other great sites come up? Where does it say that in this
You
document?
know, I wasn't intimately involved, and I wasn't even in the town for part of this, but the 137 hours or whatever it was has been over a relatively short period of time. So yeah, we own this site and this is a site we could develop, but just in terms of, unless something else comes up, if you're a private property owner, and I don't want to use any names, and I even heard of some pieces of property that we maybe were going to own, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that it's possible that something might come forward in a year and a half or 2 years. So I like the language, unless something else comes up, added to the discussion of the Dorothy Park. And I like the extension for that reason. I mean, if you're a businessman out there, you just might not have come up to it yet. So I think it's.
I'm all for the new sites and substituting them in. I just don't think we need to say it because we own the sites and we have all control over it. So yes, if a new site comes up in 6 months, yes, our body, everybody in town will be like, yeah, this is great. Let's substitute.
But I mean,
Good.
we're still committed to.
But we're still
doing-
committed to it
Mhm.
here. We have to go back to HCD at that point. The language will at least help us to foreshadow that.
You think it helps us? Yeah, whatever you.
I was
think
quite
we can
comfortable
sell,
with the
that's-
way Laura put it too, until she said 137 more hours. But anyway, or 137 meetings, whatever it was, 3,000 hours. But
well,
I
I
think they're
think-
both important points. I think moving out the deadlines that we have right now, and you think it would happen anyway. I like to have the language. And like I said, maybe it's the way the lawyers think, but I'd feel much more comfortable. And I think it shows people around town that if something comes up, bring it to us.
Well, I appreciate the comments about kind of private real estate dynamics. And we know that demographically, we have a lot of long-term residents that are putting properties up for sale. And so I think that that's true. And I think, to me, it makes sense to talk about that a little bit. Like, do you know what I mean? That, to me, that could be woven into a statement to help explain why we think that it may be possible to find something else. I can tell you that from the Housing Element Committee process, we talked a lot, though, about what makes a site feasible. And it's not just about finding a site. but it's about finding a site where financing could be had. And that's very limited in town because of the way that tax credits are structured, the experts tell me, and our ability to finance a project like this. We do not have enough money to go buy a site and build an affordable housing project by, tens of millions of dollars. And so I like the idea of keeping the window open if the commission feels strongly about that. I think if we're going to go down that path, we just want to express the why.
Yeah.
Then you think it's saleable? Willing to give it a shot?
I think it's a reasonable argument to make. I mean, I'm comparing it to some of the arguments that other cities are making. And in light of the way that the discussion has gone in the community, I feel like it's worth it. I don't, Cara, do you have any different opinion or?
No, I think it could go either way.
I would personally add another reason, which is right now, for vast number of these projects are on Alpine Road. And that raises all sorts of traffic problems, all sorts of evacuation problems. So for example, if something else came up over on Portola Road, it would be nice to have our options open. And I think if we send that signal with the language that we add, I think we send it to developers. I think we send it to the neighborhood. I think we send it to the town. So I think it's important.
Okay, so then I would say this, the planning commission sometimes goes two different ways on this. I've really heard your conversation and I agree with it in terms of, where you've landed in terms of the town's best interest. So do you want to try to craft language or would you like us to craft some language based on this conversation to take forward to council? It sounds like we have consensus on the concept. Is that fair?
Yeah, and
I
I love
think
it
so.
if you draft it because for me, my ability to be in favor of it is if I thought you and Cara think you can sell it to HCD and it doesn't put a big old monkey wrench in it. So if you guys draft it, maybe it will be, the most likely to go through HCD. and
Thank
not
you.
raise a bunch of red
Thank
flags.
you for that. I appreciate it. So that's kind of a decision, right, for you to make as a group. But I think we could draft something based on this conversation and say that, this is, and we would say that this is drafted by staff in reaction to the feedback from the from the planning commission. They'll have the minutes and they'll have the video too, if they want to watch back.
Is there a mechanism for you to draft in and then run it by us? Or does that get into the Brown Act and we actually have to sit down and have a meeting to run by some language?
We could run it by one or two of you. And so maybe we see how the rest of this conversation goes, because maybe we use that model if we have other topics as well.
Sounds great to me. Okay,
Me too.
great. So are we done with Ford Park and Gateway?
Did we close on the name change to Dorothy Ford?
We're going to go Dorothy Ford Park and open space. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. How about, let's go to Ladera Church now.
But there were, I think I had minor things related to just like adding the gateway to table 6-6.
I'm very bothered by the 75-foot setback. Isn't that the church? I think the public comment about that being on our evacuation road, that's really just right when you come into town. I'm not intimately familiar with the site, but I just hate to be the first one that sets a precedent for breaking the 75 setback.
The site is not developable if we kept the full 75-foot setback. And so that is part of the conversation that happened throughout.
Could it be greater than what's proposed now?
It could be greater, but I want to be transparent and say that they'll probably then request a density bonus waiver to go down to that setback anyway.
Could you clarify, I'm not familiar with the structure that you said there's currently a structure in that setbacks?
So the actual site in the inventory doesn't have anything on it, except there's like a little overflow of their playground area and like kind of an old, kind of just a little miscellaneous in the back. The church site itself has, I think it's an old accessory building or like an old storage building that's pretty close to the street compared to the 75-foot setback. And that's about 20 feet back. So I was giving that as an example because a lot of people are familiar with it of where about 20 feet would be. So it would be similar to that kind of older house that's sitting out there closer to the road.
Much building would violate the 75. See how I'm thinking? 70, how much of the building's gonna come into the 20-foot, into the point that's 20-foot setback?
Probably a significant portion of it. It wouldn't just be the parking. It would be the building in order to make that site work.
But some of it would be parking, like the building wouldn't go to 20 feet most likely, is that right?
Yeah, that's what she's
Oh,
saying.
I thought the building would, because we always, not always, but we have loads of parking in the 75 feet, right?
Yeah,
That's sort of
well, it's not designed, they just did a feasibility analysis with an architect that builds these kinds of projects. And so in order to make a project there that's not really tall, this is what you'd be talking about. So this is the trade-offs between height and setback is what we're seeing. And then, you know, not having the expense of parking being either structured or underground.
And the height in that, are we imposing that height requirement or is that something that they want not to exceed the height?
We, the town, would be imposing that height requirement.
Because I've always said I'd take higher structures, but wanting bigger setbacks. So I don't know if that's an option here. But maybe that's just me.
It's pretty tough on such a small site. It's half an acre. It's hard to develop half an acre in a more rural standard. Half an acre can develop pretty easily in a suburban to urban standard, but it's pretty tough here.
That it's something of a moot point, right? In terms of, I mean, their plan is very clearly to do all low income, right?
That is their intent, but it's not confirmed.
Okay.
The way that their church is governed, they have to take some additional steps and they work together as a congregation on these things. That's my understanding from talking with them.
But even if they did like 20% low income, don't they get multiple exemptions and anyway?
Yeah, they get a certain number of concessions and incentives, but then they also get waivers. And the way that the law has changed, this isn't quite as much of a bright line as it used to be. But basically, they can ask for a waiver of anything that precludes them from building that affordable housing project there.
Let me ask the question a different way. If we go forward with that, how do we make that so it's not a precedent that we're suddenly going to be finding other people wanting to break the 75-foot setback? Not necessarily part of this project, but some other project. How do we really make this a one-time deal? I moved here from San Mateo and I did some work on a public initiative, and every single significant variance in the town was the Catholic Church. And they owned the entire town. So I just want to, and it started with, you know, Sarah High School and this church and that church. So, and then they would say, well, we got it over here and we got it over here. I'm not accusing this church of trying anything like that, but you know, how do we make it perfectly clear that this is a one-time thing for this town, and it's not the first of many?
I mean, can't we just leave it out? So that they're forced to use incentive, what have you, to a waiver to do it? If we don't specify it, because it's only in our nominal
That's a good point.
interim
Yes.
items, we
Great
just leave it
point.
out.
Yeah, you could leave it out and then they would be forced to use density bonus to do it.
But that's not a problem.
But density bonus would be the right tool for them to do it, and state law would allow it. And we certainly wouldn't be setting any standard that people could ask to be applied somewhere else.
Yeah, and we wouldn't initiate the break of the standard.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
okay,
good
I mean,
idea, John.
Yeah.
I
no,
mean, I
that's a-
think they were
that's a
just
great
being really upfront with us and giving us all these, here's what it looks like we're gonna do. And it's like, we don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I was
I
just
like
trying to
that.
go with the, we want to know what's really going to
Yeah.
happen approach.
Mhm.
But the precedent and the kind of expectations is also a very important point. So then on that note, do we want to look at, so we could change the development standards? We have temporary development standards for that site. We could change those to be just like normal development standards, not reduced.
Mhm.
And then in real life, they would just have to use density bonus for it.
Right.
I guess my instinct is, I just like it being more transparent, right? And many of us in town have worried about the density bonus and how it would get applied to other projects. And it's easy to start worrying about the worst case and then it gets so awful. I mean, on the one hand, I kind of like being just upfront and having explicit conversations about the setbacks versus the height. Because maybe, the density bonus then is just a calculation generated by the state. Maybe that doesn't make our favorite configuration for what the church, could get to work out financially. I'm talking out loud, though. I don't have a
With the,
answer.
with the density bonus, I think that requires it to be an affordable housing development, right? Whereas currently, if I understood it, it's not required.
That's correct. And for that reason,
Hmm.
yeah, because are not required to build an affordable development. So the way that this is drafted right now, they could have that setback even if they didn't do
Mm.
affordable.
Right.
So that's a
Oh.
really good point.
That tips me over to
Yep.
use the density bonus.
Okay, so then, and maybe do we want to add a sentence in there then that says that we understand the density bonus may be applied to the site for transparency?
Yes, and
Sure.
they affect the 75-foot setback and the heights.
Say that again? What?
Just to be clear to people, we're gonna have when you read the document, it's gonna look like there's a 75-foot setback. But Laura's saying, put a note that says, we understand that density bonus is likely to be used. Then I wanted to say, and that will likely affect the 75-foot setback and.
Yeah.
But those
The
are
height.
examples. Those are height and
Examples.
setback are
Yeah.
examples.
Right. So that
that might be
people are
affected.
not shocked later.
Yeah. And we're also acknowledging to HCD, we understand this law might apply here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Without it, we wouldn't be getting we wouldn't get a development, so.
Okay, so then let me, I've got the last time the planning commission looked at the zoning code, I have those numbers. Let me pull those out and maybe we can use those numbers.
Okay, great.
So then at least we're going back to the last thing you looked at, if it's useful. Okay, so the last time you looked at the zoning code, this was not confirmed, this was still a draft. We had the front setback was the scenic corridor, so 75.
Mhm.
The interior side, so that would be the one that would be like adjacent to a single family home property is 15 and the rear was 30. But based on how this is configured, you know what I mean? I'm not sure that makes a ton of sense, but at least it's something you've talked about before.
Right. And we came up with those numbers specifically about the Ladera Church, or this was applied to all multifamily?
This was for the multifamily 20 unit per acre district.
I see, which this is. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And then this is consistent though with the multifamily that we're talking about at 4370
Okay, so let's look at that one.
and 4394.
I have the table on my whiteboard and I almost wrote it down, but I didn't. I got to trust my instincts on those things. I should have known we were going to need it.
Hmm.
Okay, so we want to compare it to, I think, 4394, right? That's the most similar in terms of what we're trying to achieve. So the rear setback is 20 and the side setback is 20 for 4394.
Okay, and on this Ladera site, at least at one point, we were talking about 15 and 30 on the sides. Do you care if it's
Yeah.
20, 20
Right.
or 15 and 30?
So the tricky thing here is we still have to be able to demonstrate to HCD that development is feasible. And I'm thinking about a half acre lot. And if we slice off a 75-foot front setback and 20 rear and 20 side, what's left is
It's not much. I'm looking.
is
at
not
that site.
much.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the front is one of the bigger lengths of it. So 75 feet on that is.
Is there, what if it's a multi-unit building?
Even so, you're pushing all the parking into the setbacks and really concentrating the building form into the center. But what we're concerned about is a market rate development. So a market rate development would be able to use more expensive building construction methods and parking methods. Like I worked on a project that had structured and lift, a mechanical lift parking in San Carlos, for example. So you're pushing into that type of construction, which is very complex and expensive, but a market rate development could potentially bear that expense. But we could have a little bit of a feasibility problem with HCD if they dig into this site with those setbacks.
If you don't mention them at all.
Do we need the setback on the Ladera Church side?
No,
So-
we don't. Yeah, we could go all the way to 0 setback on Ladera Church side. So maybe something reasonable would be to go, maybe 15 and 15 and keep the 75 scenic corridor and 0 on the Ladera Church side.
Yes, that sounds good.
Does that sound reasonable? I'm just thinking through feasibility. I could probably make a case for feasibility.
Yeah, I was going to sketch out the.
What if they ask? It's going to be
Size.
density bonus.
Right. We should put something in the housing element because we don't have any zoning for it yet.
Right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so 75-foot front, 15 on the side next to a house, 15 in the rear, and 0 on the Ladera Church side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good solution.
Okay, so then those are easy, just drafting changes for us to make. It's great.
Okay, good. So are we done with Ladera Church side? Can we move to Glen Oaks?
Works for me.
I'm fine with everything on Glen Oaks.
There was a separate issue about the density inconsistency with the Ladera Church having the. we don't
I think
necessarily need
we
to talk
staff
about
just need to fix it. I think we just need to make them align. I think it's a technical issue. I don't think it's a policy issue.
Okay.
But I think it's a good one. Thank you for bringing it up.
I think I'm not remembering anything about the Glen Oaks housing site that we felt the need to change.
Which.
I'm not thinking there's anything associated with this that came up. I didn't write any notes down on it of things we needed to talk about. Did you guys have anything
For Glen Oaks?
for the Glen Oaks? Did you have anything?
Shall we say that's done then?
I
Shall we
think
move
Ronnie
on
was
to-
just having a quick check. Were you checking, Ronnie?
I'm checking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, I had the question about clustering, but I think it's resolved. Yeah.
Okay.
You good, Nicholas?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think if there's an issue, I'm confident they'll get picked up at the council.
I love the idea of keeping the equestrian and putting the housing in there too, so.
Shall we go to 4370 Alpine? This is the one on the corner of Alpine and Nathorst. That is the 9 units in the housing element with 5 in the back and 4 in front, basically. This is the one with the ephemeral
ditch.
creek drainage ditch.
Can I ask, I forgot to flag the question from the public Q&A, but the property owner had some comments about it, and I guess I was wondering about your reaction. I mean, one of the things he said was having a proposal to have 3 R1 lots in the back.
So the 3 R1 lots in the back is primarily a zoning issue. So if we wrote the zoning to allow that, then he would be able to do that under the housing element, I think the way that it's written. Right? So because right now he could have, in this, he could have up to 5 units in the back if it meets those setback requirements. So if he's saying maybe 3 single family lots in the back instead of doing an HOA configuration, then it's certainly a reduction in the units that might get developed. But it would be possible to write zoning that would allow that to happen. We don't have zoning that really accommodates small lot, a single family. And for us, this would be relatively small lot, single family to allow 3 single family home lots on less than an acre. So we would have to like take what we've got in our smaller single family home, do you know what I mean, neighborhoods, and then see how that would apply there and see if it would work. You know what I mean? So like, what do we have in Corte Madera or what do we have in some other places and figure out how to apply that. So that would mostly be a zoning issue. One of the things we would want to think about is on page 120 under additional requirements, kind of in the middle of the page, we said it's anticipated that a homeowners association would be formed. And so this is to address some of the concerns that came up from neighbors about, you know, how do you just address things that come up when you have a few more units there? So some of the issues that neighbors brought up were related to parking, you know, neighbor impacts, deliveries, dogs, noise, just like kind of the use of that property. So this isn't really written as a strict requirement. Like it doesn't say you have to have an HOA. It just says, you know, that one is anticipated. So that's a little bit of a change and kind of the flavor of it.
Sorry, what is the change?
Just that if it was 3 single family home lots, they probably would not have an HOA. They would just
But-
be 3 individually owned lots with a shared driveway agreement.
I guess I'm a little confused though. Do we make that change now or like the zoning would happen a couple months from now when we go through that, right?
Yeah. So let me just read these over for a minute and see if there's anything that would preclude that.
Right.
And then we can figure out if you need to have a detailed discussion about it tonight or not. Okay.
Can we talk while you're looking?
Yeah, but don't ask me any questions.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be independent.
Okay. So, well, I mean, in my mind, you know, I keep going back to, we had a group of people come up with a plan and it was going for 9 units on this lot. And, you know, we're sort of, we're already thinking, he's already indicating we're probably only going to get 5 at most. And then backing it down to 3 is kind of like, well, why would we do that? You know, doesn't feel like we're getting the housing that we're looking for.
I agree. And I don't know if this is logical, but I feel like with the 9 units, it was going to be a different type of housing in town, which is good. Whereas the 3 lots feels like, no, just more really expensive big houses.
But I guess we're in the current housing element draft. I mean, it permits the 3, right? The zoning is for, I forget the range, but I think 3 is, oh, sorry, is that one zoned with the range or is it?
You're right.
do- sorry.
Let's see.
I mean, the zoning we discussed was
Yeah.
9, and we added at the last meeting that we were going to specify 5 in the back, 4 in the front. I thought was the key. Even though there was an objection back then to doing that, I felt like we decided that was where we were going to go.
So
Goodness,
what do
4
we
to
do
6,
if
yeah,
we're
4
not
to
getting
6.
what we hoped for?
Per acre.
Per acre.
per
What
acre.
do we do if we're
Times
not getting the
1.5.
units we hoped for?
I mean, the 5 versus the 9. Well, that's why you have a buffer. I mean, bottom line is on all of these sites,
True.
people do not have to develop to the maximum or develop at all when all is said and done. But
Ask a question, Laura, or?
Not
She's
quite
still
yet.
reading. She's still reading.
Almost. Okay, because I'm trying to think about the density. We have a density range on it right now of 4 dwelling units per acre minimum.
Right.
So
Okay.
the rear portion of the site, it depends on how it was measured. It's very close.
Well, I guess so my question, so if it's 4 units per acre minimum, and if, let's say they want to develop at first, they just want to develop the back part of it. So then the number of units they put on that back part of it would just kind of scale according to how many acres the back,
Yep,
Part
they would
is-
have to meet the minimum of 4.
right?
Yep.
4 per acre.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's a little bit hard to measure because it depends on how you deal with the ephemeral creek / drainage and where you draw the lines. And it's an awkwardly shaped lot also.
Okay, but so that would end up at a minimum of something like 3 or 4 units.
Yep.
I guess I'm in favor of keeping it basically how we have it.
So in looking at the draft language here, one thing that would be limiting, if they were going to, if the property owner wanted to develop like on the minimum side, right, then we've got on Nathorst, the houses should be 1 story. So that's the only thing that would be kind of a limiting factor to that. I think the rest of this stuff would all be okay. So I think it's probably okay the way that it's drafted. And that leaves kind of a bigger decision for you to consider when we write the zoning code amendments.
Also the parking, I guess, right? The parking would be on the interior.
Yes, so we added the language to the extent feasible. And so, so the way that I normally interpret these kinds of things, if it's left to my discretion, is I have them show me site plans and diagrams and show me why something is, possible or not and what the implications are. So that's the way that this is written now. It's left to my position's discretion to see if that's feasible. The other thing is the 5 guest parking spaces. So if, the 5 guest parking spaces is related to 5 units. So if you only had 3 units back there, then you would be normally subject to the guest parking spaces that's in our regular municipal code for single family. So it's pretty similar. It's not a really big difference.
All right, so we'll leave it how it is right now. And how about the creek thing? The 5 feet plus the normal engineering review, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we should just adjust this language to make it more clear. So it would be something like, in no shall be established. I can come up with good language. Do you know what I mean? by the applicant's engineer and reviewed by the town's engineer, and in no case shall be less than 5 feet. Something to that effect. Does that feel okay?
I mean, does even having that 5 feet there, does that actually strengthen it or weaken it? I mean, what if it just didn't have a number?
It could be perceived as weakening it. Cara, what do you think? I don't know where that 5 feet originally came from.
I don't recall either. But I think in no case should be less than 5 feet. Would not limit it.
I
But why
like,
even include it, I guess is my question.
I like it. I've seen a house that got built, not in Portola Valley, but over a creek, like it had glass underneath. It was like a cool thing.
Sounds awesome, but you might have the steps from the staircase. Do you know what I mean? That you might have small architectural features and things like that that could get close to 5 feet if the creek bank was secure and all that kind of
Do
stuff.
you think that would pass all the creek math?
So you're trying
The
to say,
fancy water math,
Yeah, the water math.
you're trying to say nothing will be within 5 feet, no
Right.
matter what.
no matter what. Yeah. But I think
That
you're-
seems like an awfully low minimum to me, but a minimum sounds like a good idea.
Could we make it 10 feet? I mean, it's almost like if we have a number, that seems like a really low number to me as well.
It is. Yeah, we could say established. I mean, I can't imagine a scenario where you're going to get within 10 feet of that ephemeral creek / drainage. I mean, other than maybe some steps or some part of a corner of a building or something. Roof overhang, something like that.
I'd be much happier with 10 feet. 5's really close.
So if we were to do 10 feet or 5 feet, we could do it for aesthetic reasons.
Yeah.
And then leave open the environmental impact for further evaluation.
Yeah, I think I would feel comfortable with just,
Like, given the unique condition of the property.
I think we could go to at least 10 feet. I think it'd be all right.
10. I'm sold on 10.
I'm sold on 10. Do I hear 15?
Okay.
But I would like to put in a reason that's that makes clear that it's a non-engineering, non-environmental
Right.
reason.
Oh, you were
Oh,
going
yeah.
to wordsmith
Yeah.
that. though, right?
Yeah, because we want that nuance that we were talking
Right,
about, that
that
it's
my
not
comment
an
earlier.
environmental standard.
Absolutely.
So we're just saying that it's a aesthetic standard and that that there would be appropriate engineering and environmental review.
Right.
Does that seem
Right.
reasonable?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Okay, are we done with 4370?
Sounds good.
I think so. How about Christchurch affiliated housing? I'm thinking I didn't hear any discussion on that, so it's
Me
okay.
Either.
I'm good.
Good with that. How about ADUs? Is there anything to discuss there? I feel like we have the ADU committee that Ronnie's on. They're taking care of all the good ideas to
I did have,
program.
I
things.
don't know. I guess it's discussion. Well, no, it was the 82 committee. And I thought of one of the things I saw in there, and there was a discussion in the housing element about how you were going to staff up to have, visiting hours, if you will, and things like that.
Yeah.
And I guess my question was that just going to be from a building perspective, or was it going to be the whole process, telling them about deed restrictions or advising them about, rental kinds of agreements or all of the business non-building side. Those two popped into my head. I'm sure there's a lot more. Are we going to try to cover that?
So we don't know for sure yet. There's a couple pieces that we're waiting to bring together. So the way that the programs are written right now, I was imagining that we would do a set of office hours that would achieve, there's 2 different programs in here that need office hours. One is helping the local churches and institutions to
Mhm.
develop housing, and the other one is for ADUs. So I would combine those into office hours with our technical staff.
Mhm.
And so you would know when you might have to wait in line, but you know when you can sort of get in line and talk to the technical staff electronically over Zoom. And so that would satisfy the like, what are my geologic conditions?
Right.
What are my building code issues and fire resilience and stuff? So that would check that box. The ADU team, the ADU ambassadors that Ronnie was on and Karen is on, they're still making a decision, to my knowledge, about what their future steps would be. And some of them are interested in kind of a phase 2. And we don't know what level that would take. But the preliminary conversation we had with them is maybe they could be sort of create some structure to be an original top part of the funnel for people that are interested, and find better ways to give out informational material and kind of streamline some of that process. So residents might be willing to take on some of that initial work. And then we are working through 21 Elements to consider a countywide ADU center. They have one in Napa and Sonoma County, where it's staffed by professionals and everybody goes in together. And it's like the first stop for if you want to build an ADU. And they have pre-approved plans already on the site and plans you can buy. You can connect with architects and engineers. And they have a really cool thing where you can pay an architect by the hour to help you do a feasibility study. It's neat. I just saw the most recent version of their website. So I don't know if that's going to be up and running in our best timing, but this is hot off the presses, like in the last 10 days or so. So we need to analyze whether we can pull any of those best practices over, or see if we can create some overlap with the ADU team. And you know what I mean? See
Yep.
if we can get a group of people working on pulling some of those best practices.
Okay. But it's
So-
probably not concrete enough to actually include in our
Right.
housing.
Because I
element.
don't want to overcommit.
Right.
So we're committing to the office hours. We're committing to considering like some shared staffing. And to me, that's like about the right level of detail. And then I need to look at some of the dates a little bit, and I might need to move a couple of the dates around, but that's kind of more of a council thing anyway with the dates.
Sounds good.
So anything else on ADUs? Are we good there? So opt-in, is that our last topic? I think so. Right, so staff took I think we talked about it at 2 different meetings. We had lots of different opinions and ideas on the table. So I think staff tried to collate that into a package, and that's what we're reading here.
I'm still trying to find it. Where is it?
Lost it. Yeah, what page is it on?
Where is it? Okay. Oh. Okay, nobody found it yet.
I think I can find it again. My newest version doesn't have all the tabs that my old version had.
Ah,
Should have taken the time to. Should be at the beginning of adequate sites of section 6.
107.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ron.
Well, I'd propose adding the diversification to the name, opt-in housing diversification program. Or not.
I like it.
okay.
But I don't get to decide.
I like it too, Ron. Yeah, I think my comments or thoughts on it were actually more about when we moved that whole management and criteria and kind of the next phases. So I don't think I need anything else in the housing element. We need more work to, because I really, when we finally approved it, it was like how to be creative here. And then we sort of went down a hole for a while there where we were structuring it and it was going to be exactly X, Y. Is like, well, no, that's not was our plan. Or that was we don't really know what we want. How do we make that work? So I think that's the next phase.
I agree. A lot of work in the next phase, but I'm okay with the general outline here.
And you really have to, for your purpose as a planning commission, have to think of it along with the description in the staff report and what we talked about,
Mhm.
right? Because the housing element, we're putting just enough in the
Mhm.
housing element, so we're not over committing in a place it's hard to
Right,
change.
Right.
Good, yeah.
I guess I had the question if we should specify in some way that it is a subjective review and criteria. But and you explained how it was complicated, and so I think I don't think would push.
And
for
we
that.
could also wait for HCD to come back and say, wait, tell us how all these projects are going to be reviewed again.
Good.
I mean, we
Then
can
we'll-
wait for them to come back with that.
A nice test.
So are we fine with what's written here?
So I like the idea of having this as a subjective of creating more flexibility on the upfront portion. We end up with one bite at the apple. I think that I'd like us to be able to say yes or no in certain sense for good cause or no cause, but not bad cause. And to the extent that that involves or the subjective piece gives us more flexibility in doing that, I would be supportive of it. You know, with some experience, you know, I might be happier with a more adjudicative standard, but I think it's, I like the idea, obviously.
Do you think we need to change something in this housing element, or is that part of the, as we move forward with the implementation?
I think probably we need to do something in the housing element.
Okay,
Is what I think.
because I think we've all agreed on that. So it's a question of what do we put where?
We were just sort of convinced ourselves that we're adjudicative, and that is cool on the one side, but
So
Limit-
maybe
limited.
at the very bottom of 108 and top of 109, I did put in a sentence to ensure successful program implementation, project applications will not require a conditional use permit and will be subject only to limited discretionary review.
I like that sentence.
So it is discretionary.
So I was trying to hit a middle ground of like, it's discretionary, but it's not a full CUP.
yeah, but I mean, the CUP is sort of it is in fact adjudicative, and you can sue a town for failing to issue a CUP. And if we have benefits here, and it may be that the language saying that it must benefit or it's superior gives us enough flex.
So I was concerned at the top of page 109 where it just mentions the aforementioned minimum safety criteria. And I think we're developing more criteria than that. So it's not just safety.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I think the previous discussion around this was we were kind of running a parallel to the PUD language that talks about how a PUD is a superior design than what could otherwise be achieved.
Right.
And so maybe that's what goes there, you know, the minimum safety criteria, and then some language that kind of references that PUD. So
We
we're
don't-
not writing the specific criteria yet. We're
Right.
just giving a general intent of what that criteria is going to be
Mhm.
able to achieve, we hope.
If we establish the superior design criteria, or benefits. And I think that I'd be just fine with that. But your point's really well taken.
So we're going to do that though, right? That's part of our,
I think we'd want to include that expressly.
okay,
In,
Expressly state that that's what we're going to do.
yeah.
okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, I think
it's-
we all agree.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm
Yeah.
following. Can you just say it again?
We'd want to include a PUD-like criteria in the form of superior design. And just as where you called out, John, the, so either bottom of 108 or top of 109.
Mhm. So we're saying that it's a limited discretionary review and that it's going to be based on the safety criteria and some language about superior design that we draw inspiration from the PUD language.
Superior design and community benefits.
And community
Yeah.
benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with that, I'm good.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, great.
Sounds good.
Okay, anything else on opt-in? Is that, I think that's all the topics. Do people agree? Are there other things we should discuss before we bring up the resolution?
I want to change the entry sign to the town of Portola Valley.
You don't like the
It says-
owl?
It says Portola Valley. And that always seemed very indifferent to me.
Good point.
I think it ought to say, welcome to Portola Valley. And I think that that goes to the issue of, for instance, our affirmative
Oh, I see. You're saying,
Furthering
it's-
fair housing.
yeah, affirmative
Yeah.
fair housing. So I want to include that as a program. I
Can it
wanna-
go in the scenic
I wanna
corridor?
wel-
oh, yeah. With big lights around it at night, so people know at night they're
Yeah,
welcome.
Go with a
Really?
75-foot setback.
Highlight our dark skies.
If we
ordinance.
can put a reflective owl saying community watch in the entryway, my guess is we can probably see our way to include the word welcome. But what do I know? Anyway, so yeah, so
Fire.
that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to have a program on our signage.
Are you joking?
No, what makes you think I'm joking?
Thank you for that suggestion.
All right.
Okay, so we have signs on both ends of town.
Yep.
One could be in the Gateway program, but otherwise, where does the other one live?
The other one lives,
I mean, in the housing element, where does it live?
Sorry.
Hate to
My
make a whole
microphone.
section.
It can't be a whole, because they're gonna be like, it needs to be a bullet point as part of something.
yeah,
It can't be a whole program.
no.
And wait, do other planning commissioners want to write this in the housing element?
I do not. It's definitely
No.
balanced low.
No.
In fact, at 11:18,
No.
I don't even want to be talking.
Okay, so
about
how about if
signs.
we reflect in the staff report that Commissioner Targ wanted to do this?
That's fine. We're not sure if he was serious.
Council can
or
see
not.
it.
I would be willing to have the planning director figure out where it goes.
Okay, but I'm gonna reflect into the,
Careful with that.
okay, I'll figure out where it goes and I'll propose something. But I'm gonna say that there wasn't consensus of the full commission.
I don't know that it's not.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at heads.
The questions on putting it into the housing element.
Yeah.
I guess I like the other option of not putting it in, but say again what you would do.
Refer to the wisdom of Ron.
Well, I would just tell the council that this is an item that came up, that there was an idea to do this.
Yeah.
But there wasn't consensus of the planning commission to include it in the housing element.
Mhm.
That would appear to be the case. That appears to be descriptive. All right.
So
let's go.
whereas it's 11:19 PM, are we ready to discuss the resolution?
So there was a revised reso, I believe, that went out.
Mhm.
Yes, we're discussing that one.
There's a copy in the back if you want to see the revised resolution.
Or if like me, you left it at home along with your computer.
I made a
Actually,
couple
looked at it
copies.
online and it looks-
Yeah, there's a couple copies in the back. That's how we used to do it. Remember when we used to meet in person?
Yeah, well.
So the changes to the resolution were just in clarification in response to a planning commissioner question to make sure that we were referencing the right resolutions and the right findings and things in the right, correct way. And then we included the language that I put up on the screen a couple hours ago related to what we included in the resolution for the ISMND, just to make sure that those spoke to each other and they were really consistent. And if you saw just this resolution, you would also know that those things had already been recommended by this body.
And then this exhibit A. the HCD letter, but it would be the ISMND.
It actually is the HCD letter. So the version in the packet had the exhibits. But I didn't include all the exhibits when I did the revised resolution.
I think it's on page 6 at the top of it. It says including exhibit A, project design features and exhibit B. The approaches to fire safety.
Oh, that
Those
was
are the
different,
exhibits to the resolution.
different exhibit.
Oh, yeah. It's on top of exhibits. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I
Can't
see
believe you
now.
guys don't want the welcome sign.
Time I went
We're trying to keep people out. We're trying to keep people out of town.
I move adoption of the resolution, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's a motion, I take it? Do I
Hmm?
hear a second?
If I'm not out of order, it's a motion.
No, it's
Well,
Second,
great. Is there further discussion?
One item for clarification, going all the way back to this discussion, we were going to decide what we were going to do with the gateway language. So we staff were going to draft something and we didn't know whether we were going to have a planning commissioner or to look at that draft language. So you may want to include that in your motion. Yeah, or a separate motion.
No, it can be included in this motion. And I assume that the motion also is a direction to incorporate the changes that were previously.
so the friendly amendment would then be to incorporate the changes we discussed and include the language on the gateway as discussed.
And with a review of that language by one or two commissioners, or let staff draft it and just tell town council that I think is Laura described. You tell them it was drafted by her after discussion by us.
I'd be happy to review it as long as I can do it electronically. Be out of town again.
Okay.
Did you accept my friendly amendment?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. My motion.
Okay, so I just want to repeat, because it's always important we get these right at the
Okay.
end of the night. So we have a motion from Commissioner Brothers and a second from Vice Chair Goulden to, for staff to incorporate the changes that were discussed, to staff to draft the gateway language, and Linda and Ann will review it. And all that, of course, is adopting the resolution and those things.
Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly what I said.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
All of that will be number 8 under now therefore be it resolved, correct?
Mhm.
Or is that a whereas?
we don't typically, I don't think the friendly amendment needs to go into the resolution. It will just be
Okay.
reflected in the motion.
Okay.
Great. So any,
Respectfully?
Yeah.
Item 7, planning and building director is hereby authorized to make non-substantive changes to the housing element to address comments received from HCD. Does that mean that the planning and building director would make procedural changes or changes to process?
So that actually is a placeholder for the resolution that's going to go to council. It really doesn't need to be in the planning commission's resolution. So you can strike that if you like.
I just don't know what it means.
I accept that friendly amendment.
Shoot.
I
yeah.
was flattered by that even before we started revising this afternoon. So.
Done. Do I have to, wait a minute, where are we?
Yeah, both of you,
Oh, we both have to
you
accept it.
both have
Well,
to agree to strike number
I
7.
would agree to strike number 7.
Okay.
okay. Any more discussion? And we're clear what we're voting on, right? Good. I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Awesome. Commissioner Tark,
Aye.
Commissioner Brothers,
Hi.
Commissioner Krasinski,
I,
Vice Chair Goulden,
Aye.
Chair Koff-Still.
Aye. Bravo, that was our main thing tonight. We do have a little more though. Are there any staff reports or commissioner reports?
It's not really a staff report, but just a heads up that we're going to do the rotation of the chair at the next meeting.
Any other, did anybody go to any meetings they would like to report on?
No.
Public comment now, right? On. Was that so much?
Well, there was no report.
There's no report. Good. Let's go to minutes. We had minutes to approve from last meeting.
So in this set of minutes, there were a number of small things, and then there was also the resolution language that I believe was highlighted that I didn't have a chance to conform before the packet went out. So we would conform the motion language to be the same as the resolution that you already adopted.
Okay.
You're talking about
Clear.
clarifying the motion that we took on February 15th.
Yes.
The way it's been clarified in the resolution. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, that was my main comment.
because we put the time into fixing the resolution because that was the more important one. And now we need to move that over into the minutes. So that would be my recommendation. And I know that there's a few small things as well that I didn't have a chance to clean up, but those of you that are newer to the Planning Commission, we had gone from summary minutes, which are these detailed minutes, down to action minutes, which were very, very brief. And then the Planning Commission requested that we go back to summary minutes, which we have, and we've established a procedure for doing that again. But it does put more burden on the planning commissioners to make those changes because we're leaving more to our transcriptionist to be able to summarize. So at a future meeting, when we have a little more time to talk, we can just think about how you want, if you want to submit, little things in advance or, you know what I mean, how we want to deal with those small changes. So just topic for another day.
So, but right now, if people have substantial changes to the minutes, we'll entertain those. Is that right?
Yes, please.
Content things.
I have a list. I guess I don't know what's substantial or not.
Yeah, just go ahead and list them off.
Okay, so Fire Marshal Don Bullard is spelled with an O instead of U, and there's 27 instances of that. Read page 116, quoting Laura, any substantial changes made to the safety element would require an addendum to the ISMND. And we should append to that if they impact the analysis in any of the impact categories. That's what she said. Red page, sorry, you're looking at me.
No, I
Oh,
didn't mean to.
Okay. Red page 119, referencing Commissioner Golden's comment. He asked if there was an order of magnitude among the proposed provisions, and I thought that sounded weird and it wasn't really what he said. And I think we should replace was an order of magnitude with were priorities. So he asked if there were priorities among the proposed provisions. Red page 122, Bob Turcott is misspelled. It should be Turcott. On red page 123, there it says unknown female for the comment, who was actually Mary Hufty, although she didn't identify herself. And so I don't know if that means that we should or should not identify her, although everyone knew who she was.
I
when
think
she
that we
stood up.
should, yeah.
Okay. And then in her comment, the transcription, I think, misinterpreted. She referenced Woodside and they replaced that with the fire district. So it says she asked why the town's fire maps appearance, excuse me. She asked why the town's fire maps appearance were not the same as the fire district's maps, but instead of the fire district, it should say Woodside's, because she was referring to the town of Woodside. And then in the following sentence, same issue. What was the difference between the conversations between the town and the fire district when compared to the conversations held at the planning commission level? And instead of held at the planning commission level, replace that with between Woodside and the fire district. And I think that would fix it. That's it.
And I see that same paragraph, it says corporation, cooperation. Anybody else have changes?
I did not.
No, Ronnie covered all mine. Okay, great. We'll take public comments now on, this is just on these minutes, if you all don't mind. Oh, good. We have one in the schoolhouse. We have one attendee here and 14 online.
This is actually just a question on what you just did, and I'm going to ask, did the feet end up 5 feet or 10 feet? Because I heard two numbers. Did it end up 5 or 10? So that's one question that I have. And the second one is that if you have a question, my hope is that it's a creek / drainage ditch and it stays the way it is, because on the general plan, it says creek. And to me, creek and drainage ditch is fine. I'm not trying to get 30-foot setbacks. I'm just trying to make sure that somebody identifies it as what it is. Thank you.
So we landed on 10 feet and the Nathorst map is going to be changed with this package and will say ephemeral creek / drainage. And then the word creek will stay in the text.
Great. Okay, I'll go to Zoom comments. Let's see, we have extension that ends 7562. Is that Caroline?
Caroline, you can unmute on your end.
Caroline, we don't hear you.
Oh, you're
Well,
unmuted.
can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Yes, good.
Great. I really appreciate the new planning commissioners for being very detailed in the questioning. It's very unfortunate that we have raised our hands on many occasions and we were not able to speak. It's unacceptable. There's several issues that we wanted to inform you, but luckily you posed some important questions. So I really appreciate the work you've done. And now you understand how the town should be more clear in everything they do. This is a very important issue. And I hope you will make communication a little better. We've been sitting here, we raise our hands, and it's unacceptable that we're muted. Yeah, that's not how we do things in town. And hopefully you will ask the town to make this a little more feasible. I wanted to hear about the sequoias. First of all, I want to let you know that the minutes that we got, or the package that we got, only goes to page 128. On several occasions, commissioners have mentioned page 141, page 129, we could not follow. So to make it more complicated for us to follow, seems bad faith efforts, not allowing us to communicate and mention that to you guys is another bad faith effort. So we love this town and we want to make progress. And so hopefully you hear our voices. We're not going to be silenced by you. And so we would like to make progress. Right now, there is no progress. So please attend to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, I'm sorry if there was a glitch on our end. You were the only person that we had trouble with being able to hear, and it looked like you were unmuted from our side, but we tried a few times, so sorry about that. And yeah, the packet had red pages, but we were going back and forth from the packet to the actual housing element draft number 3. And that had other numbers. I should have made that more clear. I know I had to have 2 documents open this time, and that was hard on me too. You know, I gotta make sure I get on the right document. So sorry if that was confusing and I didn't emphasize that there were 2 documents we were all working from. Next, Rita.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I truly appreciate the new commissioner's attention to detail on the minutes, on the past minutes. And I feel that it's really important that we have thorough minutes. You know, how many people are on this call right now? 18 people, but we have 4,500 people in this town, or about that much. And they're not on this call, and they don't want to sit and watch the video from 7 p.m. till what, 11:35 right now. But the minutes are an opportunity to see what is being said by the residents, what the answers are from the commissioners, and it's important. And it's also an archive of what's been happening in this meeting. You know, you guys spend all this time, you know, we spend all this time, those skeleton minutes that were produced for a period of time, they don't reveal anything except a timestamp, you know, like a time card that you were there at that time. So I really appreciate the more thorough minutes, appreciate the corrections. I'm sure Don Bullard appreciates his name being corrected, and so does Bob Turcott. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Rita. Okay, I think that's it for minutes, for comments. I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, no, motion and second on the minutes.
Okay,
Almost.
almost, okay. How about a motion on the minutes? Good. Any further comments?
Motion to approve the minutes with the suggested changes.
Second.
Commissioner Brothers,
Aye.
Commissioner Targ,
Aye.
Commissioner Krasinski,
Aye.
Vice Chair Goulden,
Aye.
Chair Kopsil.
Aye.
Do we need a roll call,
I don't think so for minutes.
or what should be a minute? order?
Oh, you know, now that we are post AB 361 and we're all in person, we no longer need roll call votes.
Oh, good. That could save us 3 minutes. How about now, time for a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, then you say all in
No.
favor, right? All in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Staying around.